think JustReliq is almost back too.
It sounds like we are in it, baby.
Yeah, I decided to just go with it.
Let's
Might as
go.
well.
Might as well just ship it off.
Exactly. So right there, Team Treadsy, Blackrog, Tortoise Maniac, they got really good control of that fight. They were able to get the delicate disguise and put them in quite a position of power. Just day one, already seeing how they're doing on level. Not day two. Day two, already having a lot of power with the level 9s, but we see our teal team fighting against the green. Orlando's finding the P-bomb on the back line, takes out Blink, but I don't think that was the target they actually wanted to get because Squad was taken down solo while Orlando's was unable to join with the rest of his squad pretty far away from everyone else who's all the way over there in gridlock.
Yeah, so just for everyone hopping in the YouTube video, I just started the recording. We are diving into the smack dab middle of Sprocaine Duo Squads tournament. So basically, these are teams of duos, and they've formed up like every game, every match, they're getting paired up randomly into squads. So 2 duos get paired together to form a squad. So I believe every match is going to be basically 2 different duos together, and that gets randomized. And then there's like some point system where the duos can win individually despite being on different teams every game. So it's like a crazy, really cool, crazy format that I can't wait to watch here.
Yeah, I really like it. It's very, very unique, and especially with the fact that we are losing squads soon and it's going to be trios, it's quite a way to kind of send off squads before we move over to a new format.
And duos too, right? It's like a shout out to both. I kind of really like it. Yeah.
Me too. It's really unique, really cool, but right now, we are seeing that our team Treadsy here kind of ready to fight.
Bro.
They've been kind of staring each other down for quite some time, both of them having put down the base camps, but it is going to be Blackrog into the back line first, taking half his health, but nice use of the Flame Shield, but it's going to be Abyssal Breaker trying to split up the fight as the Chilling Finale helps that out, but it's the B-Bomb barely missing, not able to get the combo there with the Tonk Chilling Finale as our red team continues to push up against the Periwinkle, not finding any knock, but with a Jade connecting from Blackrog. He got into the back line, but almost was able to take down that Oath once they broke the shield. Instead, going to turn their attention and get a nice bit of damage there on to Celeste, who barely survived. Sid so close to the edge, but the burn now melts the eye. Sid is gone as our red team does turn one around, but it's going to be 2 taken on their side, and now they're struggling because only Blackrog has survived. Another Tonk barely missing, but our red team in a bad spot as now it's the Magenta showing up to first eliminate red team.
Dude, what a crazy extended fight. That was like over a minute of posturing on that bridge. Finally, red commits, looks for the engage, and it's looking like such an even fight. So much healing and sustain on both sides, back and forth. In the end, red does get taken out there off of the good fight by them, coming down to brown and pink here. So it's literally just magical. It's just like these players potentially have never played together before. Like 2 of them have. But the rest, it's just like, I think it's going to be a fiesta. We're sort of seeing the fiesta already. And
exactly.
Like, I don't know, bro. This is the magic of squads that I think everyone's going to miss, at least in the short term here.
I mean, trios is definitely going to be chaotic too, and seeing how they're going to change that will be a lot of fun. But I do love me some squads, because when you see things like this right here, where we have so many teams close to the edge of getting eliminated, and we see on the kill feed how many other squads are also getting knocked. Our Magenta team, the pull back in, looking to see if they can get rid of Brawl, and it's going to be Soul who loses his own life. While Yellow pushed far back. Pink going really deep. A nice Chilling Finale, forcing them into the storm, getting the damage, but it's another one turned around. Tate, though, was taken down first as Yellow barely surviving. Draco tries to get away, but chased down. Pink take control, and only one from the Yellow will get out of there, while Magenta still has the other edge, but Soul, who only just got resurrected, was taken down and traded 1 for 1.
That was wild. Crab's able to barely get the high ground, get out on a recall there, so somehow survives, but both pink teams just seeing red there, like going for the violence, and this pink actually kind of cleaned up the back of the other pink. Little pink on pink violence, different shades. But dude, like already, I mean, we came into the game late here, but like really interesting. We've seen a lot of Abyss circles lately, Magical. The last time we cast it, and right away, first game here, we got like a nice, like half the end circle in Abyss right here, down here by Scavenger Bay.
it's funny because it's unstable portals, so it's not really one that kind of leans into having a lot of that abyss. But I'm curious to see how it's going to end up playing, because we could have a lot of those portals go out to nowhere or go to right to the bitter edge of any land that's available. While our brown team, we looked over here against teal, struggling as it is one swap, almost getting to land, barely able to climb up for Little Meep, but Little Meep gonna struggle to get away from this one. The chase could have been there, but nobody actually wanted to fully commit, not against a void, and when they didn't know where other teams were.
Yeah, Flashy Frost's portal went farther than I think he wanted it to. He put it here and it came out over here, and he went through and he didn't see Void and he thought he was past, but Void actually hadn't gone that far yet. So he ends up getting through. Kind of funny.
Oh.
Orlando's doing some ice stuff on the Bebo. This is like, this has become, you know, kind of Bebo's thing, is like, if you got a Bebo on your team, you can actually, you know, kind of hold abyss space really well, the same way you can, you know, hold a regular edge. You just create your own ice, basically. Oh, and
Little Meep finally gets found out. A complete different squad was able to find him, unfortunately. So another team that joined the bench there with our red that got eliminated very early on. We see continuing on the kill feed, Jin was the first one to lose out there. Purple taking control, but they are in a bad spot. So many teams surround them, so Arcane will fall. Adamix still putting the pressure up forward, but it looks like they're going to be able to resurrect Arcane. He's so close to getting back up. Orlando's was hoping to maybe take someone down because they got the crown, but it's going to be right into Det Barek, and now they lose Arcane on the other side with Adamix still surviving, able to get away, dashing back. Purple struggling to get away, while Orlando's now on this main land. Could have looked for anything, but it is only going to be on an Adamix, but he uses the clone to dodge away and get back to the rest of the pink team.
yeah, Pink playing very aggressive, like looking for plenty of angles here. They've found a couple already. Looks like we got just a couple left here on, what is this, light purple, I guess? These colors, man.
It's like periwinkle. It's like
periwinkle. That's good, dude. That's better than
yeah. I'm like trying to get the colors the best I can. I'll be honest, I'm stealing this from a lot of other players I've heard call them these colors.
That's better than
like,
what I said. Let's go with periwinkle.
It's just trying to use slightly different colors that I've heard from other players and be like, yeah, you know, close enough. I'm curious when we have the trios too, because I think we're gonna have 2 extra teams that are on those. So I wonder what colors they'll add there. But
true.
Look at that nuke,
gosh.
periwinkle. That was nice that they had that little corner there. They were able to all stand on and survive from the nuke that honestly I thought was gonna wipe them out completely.
Yeah, and these 3 teams have kind of just been posturing down here this whole time. Oh, and Crown gets proc there for green, so really nice play. Bringing it through. Atomics has to peel right back out. Pink's just been ledge guarding this edge off of their fire, like holding this space for like a really long time, and Green's been comfortable to just do the same exact thing right here. They basically haven't moved, and they don't have a great reason to. There's not really
I just realized there's going to be a difficult thing. There are 2 like green colors. I'm going to call that darker green, like just forest. I think I'm going to call the other green like lime.
Okay, forest.
I just realized, yeah, because I realized that's going to be difficult. There goes periwinkle, unfortunately.
Do we want to do magenta for these guys?
Yes. Yeah, let's do magenta for this one.
And these guys just pink?
Yeah, I think that's just pink. Okay. And this is teal, I think, right?
Yeah, that looks teal.
Yeah, perfect.
This is lime?
So, yeah, lime. Baroof here for lime. On that base camp, I think, yeah, just Baroof, so has to hold out for a whole minute while we see that Flashy Frost taking down any of these spike walls that have been put up, but nice to Baroof, able to constantly build up the fortress and keep them alive. Hope to get back Lime and play once more in the game.
Ooh, look at these magenta items, dude. They are evolved. Quick Soul Stealer. Got everyone else full pinks. So if we look at the other pink, Moss Immunity, I miss it, but definitely item advantage to magenta here.
And magenta, I think magenta right now, having gotten that really good fight earlier up against red, have now got themselves probably the strongest layout of all teams we have, and they're looking like the team to beat at this moment in the lobby. Like, they are looking far ahead of everyone else. The exotic for Soul, the gold for Nova, while pink, they're only rocking the blues across the board, and then a green for Fall from Grace. It doesn't really scream that they are looking too confident up against a battle against magenta purely when you just look at the layout.
Yeah, and we've seen them basically have XP soul this whole time. Not much they can really do with it. So Baruf is able to just wait it out, proc that crown, just builds walls on his island fire, I guess, is enough to make
Yep.
to make Teal not want to push it. And able to get his whole squad back. All level 14 now, so actually level advantage themselves over Teal here. Where's this happening?
Now, going down south, and it looks like we did lose out one there. So Adamex got found out for our pink team, and Fold holding on to the crown. A lot of these teams kind of waiting it out, not really feeling too confident, and that is kind of the thing when we get these circles where there's a lot of abyss to play with, where teams can feel a little bit less confident. But a nice pull dunk there to find Courageous. Teal struggling as we go to Lime, try to get away, but Squaye has been taken down, and only a couple seconds left, and Pink will be back up. Adamex brought back from death.
Yeah, and like something kind of underrated that I mean these level of players think about it, but I think your average SUPERVIVE player kind of like is easy to forget is the fact that the crowns give a lot of experience now. So if you're behind, ooh, nice grab coming through here.
Oh, nice grab, and there goes Lime. Populus was not able to survive, so
But
another team to join the bench. Only 4 remaining, while Teal being down a member. They're getting pushed back by Force and Magenta simultaneously. The storm starting to encroach. It's going to be difficult for them to get out of this one. They go this long way, but Force have had control. It's going to be a fight of the Firefox, but with a slam down, Felix gone. Damage onto Teal. Purple the next one, and Flashy Frost. That crown not going to help you out. Too many teams are there, and Teal will be eliminated as we down to 3. But it's going to be one more, and Izuna taking down Force, struggling because Magenta now pushing them back into the storm, and nowhere to go. No salvation for the Force as they're going to get chopped down one by one. Only Shin remains, and this Shiv in the middle of 2 other squads, struggling to get away from everybody, but has done a good job to get to that little land, that little island with the wall. But it's the follow-up from Adamex to force Shin back even further.
yeah, both these Pinks teams doing such a good job at finding angles, finding good opportunities. It was Magenta that time, finding the angle over the top of the team fight between Pink and Green. And off the back of that, Green was about to get finished off, but Shin keeps him alive in the 1v1 against Atomics. And now the rest of Pink is threatened, Magical.
But look at this. Shin constantly was playing back and forth. And what a weird 2-way tunnel. Shin might have just survived because of that, the pull dragging them into the tunnel. And Shin still alive back to that little island of salvation that's worked out for the Force a couple of times now.
Yeah, it's like, oh, that's so unfortunate. Literally, like, nowhere to go there. Had to try to just ship it in. Does get taken out, and Pink waited it out, dude. So Pink places up, gets second here off the back of Fluid. Can maybe go first if he does something crazy. Not quite.
Ah, no way. Too much of Magenta, and Magenta having gotten so much of that momentum earlier. They'll take game 1. So we were talking about this before. It's the duo squad bonanza. Now these teams are going to start splitting up, but having these 4 already getting a lot of points for themselves, I'm really curious to see how things are going to shake up going into game 2.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because we're not going to be able to really like track any sort of like team synergy or momentum or anything like that because it's just going to be, you know, random. But the really cool thing this kind of presents like automatically is like random team comps kind of, right? Or not random, but like very different team comps than we normally see because you put 2 players and 2 players together, the odds that they have a nice, you know, meta or, you know, strong like 4 stack that's like quote normal or whatever is pretty low. And so I think we're like, you know, we kind of saw it that game already, but we're going to see a lot of different comps and a lot of just like, I guarantee you a lot of these players are going to be playing comfort over team comp because, you know, first time playing with other members, it's kind of more of that, you know, let me try to like not solo, but like let me try to outplay on what I'm best at versus like be super revolving around like the team play because we don't even know if we're a good team yet because it's our first game together, right?
It's going to be really interesting kind of tracking this further. Like we'll know obviously the teams that were at the top. It's going to be a lot harder knowing like, okay, this team, they got eliminated pretty early. Like how are their points going to stack up? And as you were talking about synergies, definitely going to kind of be a little bit more wonky for a lot of these players. I think it's going to be much more about the comfort. Well, like we look at certain players, Orlando's like Bebo, expecting to see a lot of that. But Bebo's also become really strong, I think, in the meta. I think you'll only have like some teams that have players like Tom Kick where they might have a little bit more of a strategy going into a lot of this, because
Yeah.
Tom Kick is one of those players that thinks about the game in very unique ways and what they can bring as one of the best kingpin players like in the world, but also just someone who's really good at shot calling
Oh
and
yeah.
at bringing teams together. Like
Yeah.
where normally in this kind of setting, some teams might struggle with that, but he'll bring a lot of that know-how to every single team he's on.
100%, dude. And that's like, that's what comes with being, just an IGL or an experienced, like, leader in anything. But like, especially if you're like him, like very comfortable leading in game. He literally does it all day. Like when he's streaming, if he's solo queuing, he's like calming to his randoms, Tom Kick is constantly, he's constantly IGLing, trying to get those W's through. And he's really good at it. Like I'm sure you have Magical, but anyone out there have like watched Tom Kick stream, like his, especially as it gets down to like final circle, like the way he plays last 3 squads is extremely tactical and like intelligent and like you said, Magical, like thought out, very strategic. Like he is constantly tracking, where the other 2 teams are and really looking to, because when it's just 3 left, like I think a lot of people that haven't played competitive don't really realize like the last 3 teams really is like the final standoff. And that's, because you really have a situation where 2 teams can fight and 1 can third party, and the importance of being ready for that third party or third partying yourself is just so critical that when you listen to someone like Tom, he's literally calming that like constantly. And so in a situation like this where you're coming into a random tournament where there's money on the line, but all of a sudden you have random people on your team because it's like for fun, or I don't know, I can't remember if he got any prize money for this one or not. But regardless, it's like you're coming into a competitive setting and it's like all of a sudden you're with random players and you need to lead, them now. And if you're already comfortable doing that, like it just gets so much easier. And then, everyone on that team, if no one is comfortable, IGLing themselves, all of a sudden you have like really good team synergy just off the back of good comms. And like good comms, it just makes such a difference in a game like this, right, bro? It's like crazy how much that matters.
Exactly. And some players are always going to be more vocal than others. Some players tend to be a little bit more on the passive side and then have other players that can kind of help them when it comes to shot calling. Well, obviously, there's going to be those players that bring a lot of that shot calling too. And I think the other one is going to be, I think a big thing that we'll see, we were talking about like the one tricks and how players are going to play much more about how they're comfortable as opposed to playing like meta comps that might be things that we used to see for like the last door, right? Where they would very much play for the meta. I think we're going to see a lot of these crazier styles where people are just playing whatever they're the happiest and most comfortable with as opposed to anything else.
Yeah, and I think like that honestly makes for like more exciting games because you pick a hunter like Jin, like Bebo, they're trying to do things that other hunters like a Myth, like a Oath aren't trying to do. Those like a Myth Oath is like really trying to play around the team. A Jin is trying to play almost like away from the team. They're trying to find flanks. They're trying to find isolated 1v1s. They're trying to find people over Abyss. They're trying to, be the in and out assassin that their kit is made for. And like, that's the reason we hardly see any Jins in competitive play, is because it's very hard to pull off if everyone's working together as like a unit of 4. However, in a situation like this, where everyone's kind of more on their, like solo picks, like comfort picks, and you don't have that strong front to back, like team comp that we see a lot, I like that gives a chance for the Jin to really go off, and not just Jin, but other characters that operate kind of on a similar strategy level of just wanting to kind of be like in and out assassins. And I think like something that is interesting to me, Magical, is we haven't seen a ton of Krista. Like she was kind of like exciting like the first couple weeks, but in the competitive scene, we really haven't seen that many people kind of pick up and commit to the Krista.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those things when she first came out, very exciting. Got a bit of a nerf, a little bit changed, but I think it's also one of those things that as time keeps going on, we get more hunters added in. Like Saros kind of took away a lot of the spotlight for her as well,
True.
where everyone's like, "Oh, it's the Toy Story meme." It's like, I don't want to play with you anymore. They got the new toy going
Yeah,
in,
yeah,
and that
yeah.
almost happened to Bebo for a bit, but Bebo I think got a little bit more brought back for them because there were the buffs for Bebo, and I'm expecting that Krista probably not needing buffs, but just a little bit more time where people get more of that experience there. The hype for Saros kind of dies down, and when we get to the next hunter too, when Saros hype dies down, more players will start picking up Krista again too.
Yeah, yep. And I don't think they opened it up yet, but there's gonna be the early preview for the new hunter at some point, but that's literally just a week away. Magical, like from Tuesday or Wednesday, we're gonna have another new hunter already, bro. It actually goes so fast. Like a month is just like snap of the fingers and it's gone, man. It's crazy.
Exactly. Like it feels like Saros just came out and we were all hyped about the trailer when that got previewed on Battle Hub as well, and now we're already almost a month in of Saros play, getting to the next hunter, and even still, it's like April is gonna bring a brand new way to kind of look at SUPERVIVE with trios and how that's really going to start changing a lot of people's identity, where we have seen how it's already shaped up with a lot of other teams, teams uh splitting up, players deciding to kind of like take a break as well while we see how trios are going to go. I'm really curious to see how the future of SUPERVIVE comes towards April and with new hunters and everything like that.
Yeah, and it's like, it's definitely a hard pill to swallow
Mhm.
for a lot of people, depending on what your kind of perspective is and where you're at. But like, at the very kind of highest level in the competitive scene, it's a tough pill to swallow because you have made squads of 4, right? And it's like all of a sudden the game you're all super into is moving to teams of 3. You literally have to basically cut a member, and
Yeah.
like that is
I,
not an easy like thing to try to,
no.
not an easy conversation to have, not an easy thing to like try to do. And so, just that little thing by itself has got to be causing waves kind of at this level.
Mhm.
But that's just sort of like the kind of top percentage of players out here. And I've seen pretty mixed feedback. Like it's really like you have a passionate response from the people that love squads, and you have a passionate response from the people that love duos. But then you have a pretty good chunk of people that are like, this seems like a good idea. Trio seems
Yeah.
pretty cool. Like,
I'll be honest. I thought I was gonna get more pushback on trios than I ended up getting from a lot of players.
yeah,
There are like you said, there are those that are duos, and there are those that are squad lovers. I love squads, but I've heard so many positive things from players when it comes to trios, even at the top level, that I was very shocked at
yeah,
just how many
yep.
players percentage wise, were more favorable towards trios than either squads or duos. And so that makes me excited. But of course, I still like seeing these kind of games that we have here, where we have this awesome tournament that we get to watch our bonanza of the duo squad. Kind of like last hurrah. We have Battle Hub still. I know there's going to be another tournament right before the end of squads and duos and before we move over to trios too in that last weekend leading up to April.
Yep, so we got a couple hype squad things coming up. But yeah, I pretty much agree with you, bro. I was expecting more kind of resistance from the community in general. And we didn't really see that. And like a lot of higher level players are actually pretty receptive to it. And I think a really big reason that is, bro, that's like not super obvious, that maybe no one has really like, made clear yet, is that when you're on a squad of 3, you just have more impact on everything. Like when there's 3 people, you're a higher percentage of the outcome is up to you, right? So it's like if you're a pro player, if you're trying to be the best, you almost want that. You want your odds of winning go up if more of it is in your control, especially if you're like actually one of the best, right? So I think, some of these players see that, kind of recognize that a little bit, where it's like if with one less player, you have one less person you have to basically rely on, and there's that much more kind of percentage of responsibility on you, on your individual performance, your individual skill. And when we get to this level of competitive, it's like, yes, these are team games, but every player is out here to compete. You know, every player is out here thinking they're the best or wanting to be the best. Otherwise, they basically wouldn't be out here. And if they're not thinking that, it's never going to work for them out here, right? That's basically the mindset you have to have at this level, is like, I'm playing to either because I am the best, or to be the best, or to stay the best.
Yep, and I think one of the cool things that we'll see too, like with squads, I like squads because I come from League of Legends. I come from a whole idea where you have to play the slow, methodical gameplay in the early game before you look to later. But right now we're seeing this is more excitement. This is a lot more excitement than I was expecting. Goyi is actually going to be taken down while Echo's on a bad spot. We see this teal team on the other side looking to see if they can engage onto the red, but the red will be able to thwart anyone from re-engaging. Have just taken down 2 members of Brown. They'll be quite happy, get some good gear, and can even start buying up a lot better gear and items here on their base camp.
Scary looking red squad here. Got Treadsy, Blackrock, Theo, and Innovation on a pretty scary team comp, bro. Ghost, Brawl, Kingpin, Oath. Like, these guys are just going to be running at people, and it's going to be hard to stop the force of it. But it's like, yeah, here's kind of a little bit of a different look. We see pretty much an Oath. Oath kind of being like the staple. It's like 1 out of the 4 players, the odds are, plays Oath, right? So get someone on the Oath and then kind of build the combo around that. But look at this one. Brawl, Shiv, Celeste with the Oath.
I mean, honestly, though, this is kind of what we were talking about, too. Well, Oath, super strong. In any competitive aspect, you always want an Oath. But look at the lack of Oath. That's really what's standing out to me. Most teams don't have Oath. We have like a couple teams here, Echo playing that one. We're used to seeing Echo on Oath a lot in the past too.
Now I gotta pan around.
One of those
yeah,
players.
no Oath here. I gotta back up your point here. No Oath here. There's an Oath.
So Baroof is another one of those players. Blink plays Oath. I know that
no
too,
Oath.
but we see no Oath, no Oath, no. There is a no for Innovation.
There's at least 3 no Oaths. Okay, confirmed. Which is more than normal. That's true.
Right. That's the thing. It's like normally it is the 100%. Every team has 1 Oath, but not seeing that here, and we're seeing Teal. They're pushing back. Periwinkle. Orlando's not playing Bebo this time around. Has swapped up the Saros, but unfortunately in a bad spot. Sniped down. And will easily be finished off, killing off that Wisp. So Teal getting some good loot from it.
I've been playing a good bit of Saros this week, bro, and he's really fun. Yeah. But in a situation like that, like if you are caught away from your team and the enemy gets on top of you and you don't have your shift, I mean, this is true with a lot of hunters, but especially with him, like if you don't have a good place to portal, you're basically cooked. Like you can't really do anything. Probably. Oh,
speaking of can't do anything right there,
waits
Theo.
the invul. Did you see that? He waits to slam for the Brawl ult and then does it. Really nice there by Theo.
Kind of shows the tech that when you play one of those hunters so many times, like Theo with Kingpin, you know, we were talking about Palm Kick, how good he is on the Kingpin as well. A lot of other players, Sprocaine's another one of those players, super good at playing that hunter. So when you have the practice, when you know the timers and you can wait it out, you get awesome plays like that. But where you're back down in the Cold Fang Keep, and it is Periwinkle pushed back, slowly trying to see if they can heal up. Only Baroof having gold, really struggling, as we saw Orlando's earlier had gotten pinched and taken down by this very team, the Teal team, now pushing back as with that resurrection onto their Saros. They're put over the sandworm pit, and now they're struggling to get away with the napalm summon. Periwinkle taken asunder, and only Baroof, the one with the gold, able to get away, but they know where you are at, and they are hunting down this lone Oath, looking to remove one more contender to the throne.
Yeah, and that's the power of the Jhin right there. We see Atomics just find the opening. It only has to be a split second, but he finds it, gets an instant delete, and then it's a 3v4, and they're on the back foot the rest of the time. I'm trying to find... wait,
nice!
It auto pulled me away.
Yeah, but I just love that. The hammer, and Adamex just not paying attention for the half second, didn't mantle it, and Baroof was able to get it. But now, let's say it on the other side, the same happened to you. Wasn't fully paying attention, taking down one squad, gone. As we have more here left, and with a potential damage total to fight over on the other side, it will be interesting to see how that goes. But we go to the train, pink against yellow, but yellow somehow actually surviving and even going for the full aggression to get rid of Yes Sir and Mr. Ice-T. Zuggs and Fold are still alive, but Mike and Ike, another pull. 1v3 might remove one more of the pink, but a fair escape there for Fold as he double dashed away.
Yeah, Mike and Orange playing that kind of crazy, bro. Really nice. We came in at the end of the fight, but really nice recovery. Gonna put Pink on the full back foot. They got Zug over here on the Fox looking for an option, and Fold, or sorry, on this Krista, and Fold down here on the Fox. Looks like, I thought I saw a crown. It looks like Krista might have room to look this beacon, but it's,
I think so. There's a few, very few teams around, and even once the siren starts going, no one's really gonna show up. But I want to see how our teams are. We do have, I believe it was Forced picking up damage, and it looks like Lime should be getting the glider.
Yep. So these guys are on the damage here. Little push by Red, push him off. Yeah, not a great look for Dark Green there. They like calmed the move and someone didn't get the memo.
Yeah, Detberek unfortunately wasn't able to get back in time with the grounded effect too from the Mega Avalanche. Wasn't able to use anything, and I think wanted to try to use Blast Off to try to get away, but not enough of that window. They had locked him down long enough, so taking one, but we see that the Forest team has been moving up to the desert themselves. They should be able to get their own res, bring back up that direct. And this soul taken by Lime. A glider soul not really the greatest, especially with this circle being in the desert. One of the few areas where you don't have that much abyss to play over, so it's really not going to benefit you all too much.
Yeah, glider soul is like, I don't know, definitely one of the weaker ones, IMO. Yeah. And the fact that the shield only is like temporary, like you can still get spiked with that little shield up, the visual. It's happened to me multiple times. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, either take the shield away so I don't think I'm invincible when I'm gliding, or make it work. Because it is super annoying to have that air soul shield on you and just get spiked anyways.
It's one of those ones, I think there's good ideas, but they definitely need to kind of work on that one. But as you were talking about, Flashy Frost has been very sneaky
He's got
for
the
Magenta.
pad just ready. No one notices the pad.
Yeah. They have to know. Come on, guys. You all have to know, but they're just fighting one another. Yellow and Lime with Krab's shield broken. It's turned us 1-for-1 with Mike and Ike. Might be able to get him revived, but Flashy Frost puts out a little bit of damage onto Yellow, while Dracos has gotten to mainland, but chased down that whole time, and Krab's the next one to fall. Lime barely surviving. Whitlet tried to get out of there, but they've got the whole chase onto you. No escape there, and another team to fall.
Dude, Orange is looking scary here, bro. That's the second fight we've seen go really nicely for him, and just playing it really well. And I love the Izuna pick, bro. We see more Izunas in EU than we do in NA, but still out here we don't see a ton. And that's like a comfort pick that I love to see, because if a player is good on Izuna, especially in squads at this level, they will do stuff that these players aren't expecting, because you don't see that much Izuna at this level, right? And so someone who's really kind of good at this hunter can do a ton to keep their team in it and like keep them, you know, fighting. And like a lot of times the other team isn't really calculating those pickups, you know, her putting people in her backpack and continuing to feed them back into the fight.
And one of the crazy things too is like I Fall from Grace is one of the big Izunas for EU, like where a lot of people have kind of copied the Izuna tech there. And it's all of this damage Izuna. It's much more the Battle Bunny with an option to be a support, as opposed to being full support and having the option to damage. But unfortunately for Teal here, getting caught. Adamex almost was able to turn it around. So close. But it is taken out of the equation, while Teal still have other members they can fall back to. Cask and Fall from Grace are going to be those two. Sid not going to be revived. Cask chased away by Fold, and then damage put back onto Bishop. Force might have just saved the lives of the Teal team, and Cask as well, because Pink have been forced to see if they can scatter, get any revives, but instead they too will find themselves split up in many directions.
Yeah, since we saw Forest here get the damage soul, they've been playing it very patiently. They were like caught in the middle of 3 teams to the left, work their way north. Now they're going to get caught by Red here. Just a full-on Red engage. Don't even care. Just ship it right into him.
They knew that they were able to get rid of that shield, and they're going to send out a nuke and a mega avalanche. But with that chain connected, it's followed up as the phase steel chain almost was able to take out Tusk. But still, the Red were not able to find it. Got damage on so many other members. They decide they want to regroup as a Red squad because they realize there are still teams to their flank and they can't play too aggressively. Yeah. This pink was not taken away fully. They only got rid of 1 member, and same with teal. They still have the 2 that survived. So if they almost work together, that could be the detriment and the downfall of Red.
Yeah, really good call out there. Red just playing very aggressively, looking for the angles. Have to watch out for the third party, and pink or green could do it to him here. If Red continue to aggress, it looks like they're going to kind of recognize that, fall back to their fire, buy up a little bit. We see orange in the middle here, 3 players with a crown, and we see teal to the south of them, 2 players in a crown. And so a lot of opportunity for comebacks here, but a lot of time left, and they're dueling. Oh no!
Ooh, and unfortunately for teal, that it was a double crown play. Our orange team beats them out. Fall from grace will be able to get back to land, but only 1 alive. This one Izuna, no crown to be seen. Red team now pushing up the position, trying to see if they can get rid of anybody. Deal with the pull and the takedown of Izuna, but Mike and Ike throws it right back at them, says 1 for 1. As a revive is not going to be there for either squad. The chains, mega avalanche. This canyon starting to fall apart for the orange as they're pushed back into the storm. And with an eye of the storm popped, they will survive, but only as 2.
That was sweet. Yeah, so BlackRock like yanks himself in with the avalanche loaded up, puts it right in their faces, and grounds everyone. They almost are able to follow up and get some kills through, but orange able to retreat out to the north. Mike and Ike, I haven't seen this guy before, but he is having a turbo game on Kingpin today.
Yeah, he's really trying to show off the tech, too. It's gone for some crazy angles, but unfortunately here, that's not going to work out. Force have found them, and they will remove 1 more team. Down to 5, 14 players remaining. So there's a couple teams broken up. We know our deal only down to that 1 solitary Luna, and same with pink, down to only a Krista with a minute on the crown. Both of them have been dueling for a long time, and Fold wants it so bad. Fall from grace, dodging away with the purple to interrupt, pushing back Fold, and red too to chase down the bunny. It's rabbit hunting season, and Fall from grace can't get away. Both them and the pink will fall at the same time.
Dude, so the crown 1v1 gets spoiled by everyone coming over, but these guys are happy about it. 2 more squads out back to back right there. So down to our final 3. And I think red, kind of the big aggressors here in the lobby so far. We've seen not much of purple yet, but green's been playing this very patiently. They have double soul. They've basically been playing top left of the map ever since they moved off this island early. They've been keeping top left of the circle, just waiting for people to push into them. And they're probably going to look to do the same thing here. Look for these 2 teams to start fighting and find the third party. But Tom Kick is here on Purple Magical, so everything we were just talking about, I actually do not expect Purple to take a fight knowing that a third party might be coming just because Tom Kick is there in comms.
Also, it's Tom Kick on Zeph with Lil Meep playing Kingpin instead. Swapping up, and we have been seeing this more from Tom Kick, definitely expanding the horizons of what kind of hunters that he can play. And being such a good player who is really well known in the competitive scene, not surprising to see that he's able to pick up a lot of these hunters really quickly and play at a top level on each one of them. But it's really cool to kind of see this adaptation for them with new teams. And this is what we were talking about before, how some of these teams with a player like Tom Kick who can kind of lead the charge and be like, all right, you want to play this? Perfect. We can do that. I can adapt. I can still lead and help people on what we need to do in order to win these games.
Yeah, and maybe it's one of those situations where Lil Meep is most comfortable on Kingpin and doesn't really have that second hunter he can swap to. You know, so that gives Tom a better reason to swap. But yeah, you're exactly right. And like this whole time, you know, Tom is basically calming where both teams are at. He's probably basically cautioning his team. They don't want the fight yet. They're wanting a better angle. They're gonna probably pad out because they don't want this yet. They're right in the middle, but they're not gonna have an option, bro.
They somehow were able to get the needle through the thread through the needle on that one. They grabbed Tom Kick of all players, the Zep, who had been surrounded by everyone on the team in order to take down one member, and it gives this red team a better push as Force will hold the high ground, but that's going to be the nuke sent out, and I believe that's a mega nuke too, so they have to completely bail on what seemed like their advantage.
Yeah, and no fire becomes a big deal. I mean, we have a couple random shops in right now in the circle, but like especially later on, like if you need to buy a crown, like these things become very important, like having a fire round. And so it looks like green sees that. They want to try to maybe push up red's fire. Purple hears it though. Tom Kick back up in the action, so back up to 12 players. 3 squads left here. Now green Forest being kind of the meat of the sandwich here, knowing that they're in a rough position. And I think maybe these other two teams, seeing the souls, want to take this angle. They're in an actually terrible spot now. They got to get out of this.
Yeah, and the pull again from Theo. Summon Napalm.
Wow.
Destroys Barak, and they are now down to 3 with a crown picked up immediately. Krista will hold on, but the Force gonna struggle. Mega Avalanche and another nuke sent their way, but they are gonna be able to bail out of that one, and they found the angle onto Purple. Well, Purple now find themselves staring down the red team. BlackRock was trying to see if they can get the engage. More of these snowballs starting to chase down Purple and getting rid of shields. The Purple are gonna be mighty fine as they're able to resurrect Tom Kick. They have the team fully grouped back up, and they are not that pressured. The Force had not been able to find the angle. Instead, it is going to be the back line. BlackRock pushing back, trying to get the damage, but he's in the storm, forced to use the chain, but that's land from Little Meep, gets rid of him, and now Shen says, Force, we gotta push in, we gotta find the knock, bring back up that Reliq, so the Force still have one more shot at this, and they can push back red, completely separate them. Trenzy's gone, Innovation's gonna be the last one, but this oath, not long for the world, and now down to 2.
Wow. So the aggression gets punished there. Red over pushes just a little bit to the south on Purple. Gives green the perfect opportunity for the third party, and it's going off right here.
Barak forced to ult to try to get back in, but already taken down. It is going to be a 1-for-1. Blink not going to be resurrected. Barak the same thing. Tom trying to make sure they get rid of it, but they might be able to get this Bishop up just yet. They're on the whiz, but not in time. Toss is gone. Same with Shen, and there goes Tortoise Maniac. Purple will take game 2.
Huge game from Purple, and I'm literally, bro, I bet you we don't know what the comms were, but I'm gonna give some large percentage of that victory credit to Tom Kick's comms, because we saw it play out right there, bro. They were Purple was threatening getting third party here. They jump head out. Tom Kick does get picked, but it doesn't matter. They're able to get him back up as these two teams are posturing. They play it very patiently. They defend against the red engage over aggressing on the south. Right when red over aggresses, Forest finds the angle on red, and that's Purple's opportunity. That is the window Tom Kick was waiting for the entire time. They all ship it in, follow up, clean up, and just like, I mean, I love to see clean macro like that come together. Like, that was basically, we could see that was what Purple was trying to do the whole time. They did it. It worked. GG.
GG. All right. And now we're back to swapping up the teams and getting everyone ready for this and how this is going to kind of change up. I'm really curious to see how our teams will be from here on out. I believe it was, is it 4 games that they play in this lobby for each side? Like, there's another lobby that's going on at the same time as this. And then we have the top, well, it's, how many would that be? Like, so it's the top 10 duos, then join one more, right?
Hold on, I'm reading from Trezzy,
I think
sorry.
that's how it goes. I'm just trying to
We
remember.
got bullet trains this game, cross country next game.
Nice, nice. I love me some bullet train. Where's my whistle? There it is. Gotta get the whistle. Always have to have the whistle.
I need like 30-second bio, dude. I will be right back.
You are perfectly fine because I'm gonna eat at the same time.
Cool.
Ooh. All right, guys. Sorry I'm being a little quiet. We're waiting for the teams to swap everything up. I'm just eating some noodles at the same time. I actually might go grab my water really quick, so I'm going to be right back. All right, there we go. Got myself my water. Gonna continue to eat some noodles while we wait for this. Let me make sure what's going on here. I believe. Let me see. How is this? Where are the rules? I see those. Let's see. Where are we at? There it is.
All right, I'm back.
Hey, there we go.
Looks like we got a little pause on the lobby swap here.
Yeah, exactly. That's like I was looking to see.
Can you see in the Discord where all the like are they showing like the teams, the new teams?
Yeah, that's why I was gonna pull up.
Where's that at?
Here we go. So if you go to here,
I'm in SUPERVIVE.
I don't have. It's in the EU, you know, this SUPERVIVE, and go to like the tournament chats, and you'll see the Sprocaine
Tournament chat. Okay.
Yeah. Like each one has their own individual name for the duos, but it doesn't work when they're all on the, swapping up teams and then trying to remember that. It's like, I'm not gonna remember any of that. We're just calling them by the colors unless they put like an acronym into the thing.
I don't know why I can't find tournament chat. Maybe I don't have the role or something.
I'll just send it to you.
Oh, I don't have any roles in the server. Isn't there a way to get all roles somehow?
Yeah, I think that you have to get that from
Or or I meant it should be a way. Oh yeah, show all channels. Okay, I have that checked.
Okay. I send it to you. There you go. Boom. You can see.
Oh, nice.
I think
Thank you.
so. If I recall, what's going on is that so they're playing 4 games of the the play-in stage, but they do half of so 2 games with like half the duos in one, 2 games with half the duos in the other, and then the top 10 duos.
I see. 20 duos.
Right. 20 duos, yes. 20 top 20 duos would go on to the finals, which is then going to be 4 games.
Gotcha. That's cool. So 2 more games, and then it'll go into the final lobby, and then 4 games.
Yep.
Cool. That sounds. I like the. So far, the last one we did was kind of long, but I've enjoyed the Sprocaine formats thus far.
I like the changing up the format, trying new things, and like I really like the match point, but like I see where that's something that Reliq has been wanting to do for a while, but he's like he wants to save it for really big, tournaments.
Yeah.
And after having done that, I'm like, yeah, I can see why. I was like, it can go on for a while, and you want that to be like the finisher of a season.
That's the one I was thinking of, the Abyssal Cup. Well, we've had a couple that have gone really long. Honestly, I'm actually thinking of a couple different ones that have gone a long time. But yeah,
right, a lot of them have been Arena, right? Arena, I think, is the one that goes on the longest with the.
That Nidhogg Arena tournament was a marathon, bro. Oh, did you end up putting that on your channel?
I did not. I should probably just put that up somewhere.
I think just so it exists, bro. Because I'll I think it would be good to just have it out there. Like
I may post it then. I may post it like tomorrow or something, just when.
Yeah,
we have more downtime.
Yeah. That's what I think. Like whenever you get around to it. But I think having that up on the tube just to exist into the future, and especially because you put so much work into that, and Nidhogg put so much work into that, and the production, and so did Shivam, dude. Like the production was killer, and so
Shivam absolutely crushed it on that one.
Like I just think, I think the the VOD should be immortalized on the internet because it goes away on Twitch.
Yeah, it's like I have it saved, so I already have it.
Nice.
Thankfully, on my computer.
Okay, cool.
Man, these noodles, I definitely needed to eat something. I was getting hungry.
Nice. You're getting some sustenance in you. just running on no sleep, no food, just pure energy drink.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I got home, relaxed for a bit, was able to sleep for like an hour. And that's what was like taking me the longest, was just getting myself out of bed, because I'm like,
It's so
tired.
hard once you commit to going down. It's so hard to get back up. For me, at least, I'm so bad at napping. You're probably more used to it because you're crazy ass graveyard schedule. But
I don't like napping. If I can help it, I want to sleep and like stay awake as long as possible.
Yeah.
But I could already feel it that if I didn't take a nap, then I wasn't gonna like make it to this. So.
And like especially just casting, bro, especially casting SUPERVIVE, it's like a high mental uptime. Like it's a lot of energy, like mental and physical to do this. So like doing it on no sleep, especially if you haven't eaten, bro. Yeah, get that food in you. We need some nutrients for later today.
Exactly. And like depending on how long this goes to, because we have the NA one later, I'm gonna try to see if I can take another nap in there.
Oh, there you go.
Like if this one ends early enough.
Hopefully so we can kind of speed run the. I think I think Logic and I'm trying to remember the other guy's name.
Initialized are gonna be for the first few. So
okay, that's what I was. You might have a little extra time there.
Yeah, I was even gonna ask and just be like, hey, can I do the second half?
I think, yeah, I think because we're doing this, I think that's totally reasonable to ask.
Yeah, exactly. Just be like, yeah, I just wanna make sure like the rest is there. But I think we're close to having all our teams here. Looking at let me look at because we got Adamark, Aiden just joined.
Yeah, we're just down one, it looks like.
Yeah, who is with Aiden? That is Clarny. We're just waiting on Clarny. Once Clarny gets here, then we've got everyone ready to go.
Alrighty. There's a lot of new. When I say new, guys, this is new for me. Being like, doing a lot of NA stuff. I only get to participate in the EU stuff really when Sprocaine pulls us in. And sometimes every once in a while I'll catch scrims with Magical, but usually they're I have like conflicts because they're a little too early on the weekends for me. But it's really cool to just see new names, like, because even I still recognize a lot of names from EU, but just looking at this lobby, bro, like I see a good chunk of names that I just straight up haven't seen before, which is always exciting.
Me too, and I think this is something that I'm a big proponent for. Is that some people are worried about the longevity of Super 5 and players joining and stuff, but I have honestly been seeing nothing but growth from SUPERVIVE. Like, yes, it has been slow because it's still in the open beta. We're not at the full release yet. And when we see new players constantly joining these competitive games and seeing that there are players that are really passionate about this continuing to go forward, it makes me more excited for when we do get closer to that full release. And like, because I know a lot of players are waiting for that as well.
Yeah.
That's going to really be, I think, the exciting time. Come this summer, especially, it's going to be Summer of SUPERVIVE. Let's go.
Let's go, dude. I love that so much. Just gave me goosebumps, actually, bro. Summer of SUPERVIVE. Let's go. Yes, bro. I agree 100%. And I think, I really think I agree. And it's like, you can't really... people just love to stare at Steam charts and just talk about the numbers on Steam charts, but Steam charts does not tell you the whole picture. It doesn't tell you, anything about the entire Asia Pacific community. It doesn't tell you anything about the competitive scene. It doesn't tell you anything about, kind of the evolution of the game. And so I agree, bro, where it's like I honestly haven't checked Steam charts because I don't like to be in that group of doomers and have that kind of mentality. And the reality is, bro, on purpose, Theorycraft has not spent any money on marketing on purpose because they are saving all of it for 1.0. They want the game to be in a state where it's as ready as possible before they attract all the new players. So
which is what you should do.
Yeah, it's basically the move. Like, they are basically using their resources to the best of their ability, like working with what they have. And by the way, they're lining all of that up with launches in other markets. So it's like there is going to be, on the 1.0 release, there is going to be such a different kind of hype around this game from a marketing, public awareness standpoint that I think a lot of people don't even know. Like, a lot of people think that's not going to happen. A lot of people think it's just dead already, or I don't know, what a lot of people think, but Theorycraft hasn't really communicated that yet, and I think they will soon. But if you're not kind of in the know, you wouldn't really know that that's their plan. But pretty soon here, especially we'll get to see this fireside chat from Jess Nam coming up next week, I think, with the new Hunter and everything. Hopefully she'll be able to enlighten everyone a little bit on this. But there is a very real kind of push and timeline for them where sometime this summer, it's gonna be going, and they're gonna be, I mean, that dev team's been just crunching nonstop for years, but especially this year going into this summer, they're giving it literally everything. And then, when it's, in that 1.0 state, or as soon as they think it's, kind of there, then they're going to be shipping all the marketing money behind it. And we're going to see a huge wave of new players. And I think, when you look at a lot of the problems that kind of plague this game, not at a competitive level, but just in solo queue and just like playing for fun, you know, it's like player base kind of creates a lot of the problems, right? Where you have a huge skill disparity between new players and experienced players, and it only takes the new players a couple games before they're in the same lobby with Lemur, with Height, with you know, like these guys that literal are 1,000-hour plus SUPERVIVE players.
Exactly.
You know,
and they're taking a lot of positive steps in that direction too. Like,
for sure. And I think like
a
that's
lot better for that.
I like 100% agree, bro. And like I think all these little changes, like the trios things, like all the changes we've been seeing around trying to make stuff like better for new players, like it's all kind of going to be coming together and lining up with the 1.0 launch and a big marketing push alongside that. And those changes combined with a hopefully, you know, big flux in player base, like upward, to give us like a bunch of new players should make the matchmaking better. Trios should make it even tighter, right?
Yes, agreed.
So yeah,
and trios will be far more chaotic because adding in like it's not just that it's going to be trios, it's also adding in a couple extra teams too. So going from, I believe, 10 to 12 is what they said.
Yep.
That's just, when you think about that, that's 2 extra teams that now can find flank angles on you. That's 2 extra teams that now can third party any of these fights, and you have 1 less player on your team to then to help you out to thwart that. Where this is where I was kind of talking about the early game of League of Legends, where it's very methodical, very slow, and that game's been around long enough where it's able to kind of get away with having the slower early game, and it's got enough of a dedicated player base. SUPERVIVE obviously being a newer one, players want a lot more of the fast, loose, fun play style at the beginning. And so you're going to have a lot more of that. And that makes me really excited when it comes to a lot of competitive. And that's why it's like, of course, I'll be sad if squads are going to be gone. I'm one of those squads players. I love playing squads. I love casting squads.
Yeah.
But I'm still excited about the future of SUPERVIVE going forward and seeing how everything will develop from here.
Yeah, 100%, bro. And like, look, at the end of the day, like we're all on Team SUPERVIVE. So like, whatever SUPERVIVE needs to do to continue existing and eventually win and be a successful game, like we're on board for it, right? So it's like, and what I really think is gonna happen, bro, is you know, they move to trios and hopefully move into a successful launch with 1.0. But at some point in the future, I fully expect squads to be back because the entire game was literally, you know, for the last 4 or 5 years has been designed around squads, around 4 players. And I think, you know, while we were just talking about, there are a lot of good reasons for moving to trios right now. I think once the player base expands and once there are more people more comfortable with the BR setting, we might see the squads, you know, kind of open back out. Yeah, reintroduced as a new game mode, as an option, once it's kind of, you know, sustainable. And yeah, the first fight breaking out. It's been such a slow game, dude. We've just been like talking. That's like the first.
I know, which is, I will say, and it's very different from what we've seen from our previous games because this is the duo squad bonanza, where you have these newer teams that are essentially forming, and it's all randomized, where only you know your duo partner. You don't know the rest of your team until you get everything drawn up and find out how that's going to be. I am surprised to see just how slow it has been at these early stages, where it has been a lot more passive. There have been a couple of knocks, a couple of like potential fights, but it seems that everyone has just agreed to disengage, farm up the best they can. Well, Guaya has been spotted out by Cask, and having the Periwinkle looking like they're gonna fight against our brown team. Sprocaine does get spiked down for a moment, and Purple was threatening to find the back line, but decided to fall back instead, letting Brown escape, and Periwinkle gonna go north.
Yeah, and we've seen, if you're out there listening and you haven't played in like a week or two, there was another recent change where they reintroduced the level caps, but they're soft caps instead of hard caps, but they're still pretty bad. So like now, day 1, night 1, the level cap is 6, but it's a soft cap, so everything you kill still gives you 20% XP. You still get all the gold and everything, but so it's not 0 XP. There's still some to be had, and there's craziness happening down here.
Periwinkle, they found the brown team, who kind of stuck around a little bit too long, and I thought for a second Periwinkle were going to be in danger because Pink had pushed into Underrump to take away the base camp from Periwinkle, but Periwinkle not threatened at all. They took out the brown squad, and now they're looking like they want to take on Pink. They have been put a little bit low. Purple, but nice pull from Mike and Ike to slam down. Looking to see if they can take down Oath, but he's still got the shield, the bright shield, standing strong while Periwinkle, they're getting battered and bruised, but finally with a broken shield, OC15 taken down, traded back. 1 for 1. Cookies looking to dash in, get rid of Purple, and then Pantho tries to dash back in, but the Eye of the Storm is not on your side as the Storm goes over to Pink. Only one will survive for Periwinkle, getting a far distance away while Teal struggles against Purple. Cask been taken low. This Zep forced a tornado away, but Purple are hunting down and looking for the pull. Dodge away, but Cask over the abyss, spike down, and only one again. Another team, Sid, this time being the one to survive.
I thought the bull was about to save Gas there. It got the stun for him. We saw a really nice fight from Pink just before that. It was actually looking really close, but they kind of countered that a hook coming through from Mike and Ike. We've seen Mike and Ike just not missing on this Kingpin. Does it again there, but kind of gets perfectly countered by Pink. And so Mike and Ike was actually the one on the back foot, kiting away. I'm trying to figure out what color he is now and where
he's
that
gone.
team went.
Periwinkle just got eliminated. Yeah,
GG.
So gone out of this game at least, while Pink have been separated. Lime will trade 1 for 1. Fall from grace a little bit, forgetting about the abyss and the dangers that that had if you're not mantling in time. Will still be the resurrection. Adamix will be able to survive and keep the team going while we go over to our yellow team against red. The pull back in. It is going to be Pop Flush. First one taken down, while Flashy Frost might be able to engage, getting a little bit of damage, but put over the lava. Is risky to try to get back through that little tight corridor. It's going to be difficult to get away, but Adamark has got the bright shield with that broken now. Might be the time to strike. Courageous pushing in. They're looking for Adamark, but he'll be able to get away. Go somehow all the way over with the portals. Well, Squaye has to also disengage, but now being separated from the rest of the team. It is going to be the casualty they must suffer, even with the dash away. They're getting the chase and one more hammer to fall on Squaye.
Wow, and I'm just trying to pull up the map to see where everything's happening because there's just people dying everywhere. But these two, bro, it's really cool to see the Ari back in action because I haven't seen him in a hot minute. But I think these two are a duo here, Adamark and Ari, two of my favorite players to watch in EU. And we saw right there the synergy, bro. The Ari getting the clutch turtle to bring Adamark all the way out. Oh, and they're holding the fire here against. Oh, it's huge!
Oh, what a play! The duo take down one. Doesn't matter if there's still 3. They're continuing to battle back. Theo pushed back with the shield being broken almost on Adamark, and he still spin dashes in. They still get the damage, but a frozen barricade. Rain of arrows to rain down, and Ari taking him down.
And he
Theo cannot get the pull. They're trying to make sure there's no revive. The Wisp cannot be taken back up, and Theo getting pushed back by the Ori, who wants the kills, wanted to get rid of red. That doesn't matter. They won the 2v4.
Oh my god, so this is exactly why these are two of my favorite players to watch, bro. Just insane counter in the 2v4 there. Red tries to recall, gets kind of picked off as they come in the 2v4. Really well played from Adamark and Ari. Adamark had a crazy shift forward shield on a hook that was about to land on the Ari. We see that kind of team synergy in the duos coming together there, Magical, beautifully. So cool to see.
Now they are trying to get away because there are so many more squads who are trying to chase them down, but now they must separate. The Ori and Adamark are no longer together. This Myth alone against 3 teams surrounding him. This is difficult to get out. Will recall and survive. Couldn't find the Myth, and now the rest of the teams that look for the fight are gonna be forced to fight with one another. Brown taken down, and it's gonna be complete split domination for every team. Only one will remain. Grand Theft Tusk getting poked down, and the Ori says, you had us surrounded, but we have taken you out.
Orange is still 2v4ing up here, bro. They're just finding such good angles, playing this so well. Another turn, dude. This duo is a scary one. Expect to see these boys in the final lobby here. That's awesome.
For sure, but another one that you gotta kind of keep your eyes on, of course, Aiden One of those players we see
Oh,
play
yeah.
everywhere, EU and NA related, always playing in every
Beast,
single
bro.
tournament. And look at this. Bebo Boombox and a Fate Rewinder on Oath with golden shields has pushed back Magenta into the corrupted zone and fights back against ours.
That's
what
a
portal can you take?
portal
Cannot
bug.
get away as Aiden says that this is my storm to win. And we'll just take the Fate Rewinder away, allowing the rest of the team for Force to start pushing up. Magenta are struggling. They're stranded in the desert, surrounded by all sides. Red have taken down Fald, while the two remaining, Ashikata and Mr. Ice-T, are going to take the path of least resistance. They are going to get away, not even deal with these teams that had surrounded them before.
So anyone that's played Saros can totally relate to that situation because the portal is so buggy, bro. He literally portals, he tries to go through it. It just doesn't work. He sort of just stands there.
I mean, also, it doesn't help when an Oath constantly is pushing you back with the hammer, like, nope, nope, nope.
True. But that's just funny to watch. Okay, all orange back in it, bro. So orange on the hunt now again. Back as a squad of two. Purple Shrapnel Soul. Not looking bad themselves. Fully evolved items on go. Soul Stealer on Dracos. Taking a look
Pretty
around.
strong for them. I definitely got to keep our eyes on how they're going to be able to play a lot of this, especially where the circle is kind of taking us a little bit north of Enshrine and getting us into that area where there's a lot of those little islands, and seeing how there's not much to play around with land, and the pull that lands there, not actually going to get it, but the tornado will, as they were able to find a nice vortex charm. The slug wave on a Ranker. The Ranker will get away for now while Teal continues to push forward. But Magenta, they find themselves in a bad spot. Ashikata and Mr. Ice-T, they do take down Sid, but it's only 2 for Magenta. Red right behind them, ready to push back, and Magenta, they're forced to fight. They're forced to look for anything. Frozen Barricade will keep away the red team, but they are split up, and it's gonna be another portal away. Ashikata will survive with Mr. Ice-T, but these two have got a lot to do if they want to keep the team's hopes alive.
Yeah, they're looking to do some orange duo stuff over here, but the lot you can do with this Saros portal all the way up here, but maybe not the one they want. Gonna put themselves by the last player of Teal or of green, but Teal is right there.
And with Magenta split up again, and Mr. Ice-T right into the middle of 4 of Teal, forced to use the chilling finale, trying to delay as much time as humanly possible, but there's just not enough time that was left on the clock for you. It's up to Ashikata, up to Ranker for our line team as well, the solo players on their squad, but they recalled. Ashikata is going to be forced in. That's an anywhere but here, but where does it take him? That's going to be the question mark. Does take him. Oh, actually, in a fairly decent spot in the middle of people, yes, but saves their lives, while Lime not going to have the same luxury.
Wow, yeah, sometimes the anywhere but here can be absolutely clutch, and he finds a good spot there. We'll see how long it lasts as Orange finds a flank on Red. Red continuing to fight so well, but Adamark gets spiked, traded back.
Yeah, 1-for-1 innovation taken out of there, and going to be a little bit difficult for the Red, but they have been able to push back Orange. The Ori, that train almost came out of nowhere to interrupt that, but not going to actually have anyone taken out by our bullet trains just yet. Team still kind of hanging out here as, like I said, we are getting pushed right outside of mana coils, these islands, the tracks that you have to deal with. Going to be difficult. Well, every team is trying to find that little bit of real estate to buy up before it's all sold. Dracos not going to have that. It's going to be a takedown and the pull back. Double pull, too, as they are able to find Teal at the same time. But here comes the Orange Squad getting pushed back in by force with 1 minute and 15 remaining on the crowd. The Orange got to pull off a miraculous play. They find it. They got the team back up. They found the spike. They're still surviving. Yes, they do lose out on the Ori, but Orange are still alive. Aiden trying to push back. And Adamark, but Adamark holding up the shield as they try to get away. Barely were able to feather that and get to the mantle to survive. While Pop Lash completely split away. Going to get chased down by Force. And I don't think there's going to be much left for Pop Lush, unfortunately. But at least the Orange are still alive.
Dude, insane by the Ari. Gets pushed into the storm at like 1 HP. Lets loose the final arrow for their squad. Somehow gets a kill with it. Brings everyone back.
No! Oh! Cass was not paying attention to the tracks and wearing the crown too, even more devastating for Teal. So our first casualty to the bullet trains has happened, and it couldn't happen at a worse time for Teal.
Yeah, that's just, I mean, especially you see it. Oh, Forrest just shipping it right on the top of Red. Red has crown. Theo looking to get out and play over the abyss. Courageous just kites to the right as well. So what was looking like a scary push, they kind of just counter it very well. And now they're looking to their south. Oh, but Jern Ninja was way down here, kind of split off in the storm after Orange, I guess.
I think accidentally took the orb right there and got taken all the way out over the wall, because that one's a really tricky one. If you're not paying attention, that's a very thick wall that you're taking into the desert and taking a lot of damage from the storm too. So that's probably what happened there as they tried to get the full send onto Red. But Theo, a minute and 15, another crown could be popped. They want to get Innovation back up, as it is going to be another team. Ashkata finally found Magenta have been taken down, and in the mana coils, we see Teal, who had only just gotten the team back up, are struggling. Force continue to push back. Aiden with an abyssal breaker separating the fight. That fierce lot does nothing to stop Force from continuing the onslaught as they chase down one remaining member of Teal. And with that emergency penguin, no salvation for you. Purple instead will now look to see if they want to take down the Force, but Force, having gotten rid of Teal, one more team in the pool connecting on a Greninja. They've gotten rid of Ghost. One less worry to deal with. Well, Orange have found the other side. Adamark wearing the crown too, but they're forced to pop and try to see if they can get away with the Eye of the Storm. They don't want to fall just yet. They need to get the Ori back in, but they almost had a reset of static, but not enough to find the knocks that is necessary to get that crown to pop.
Yeah, what a crazy sequence there. And off the back of that, I think these guys ended up over pushing a little bit, coming away, losing a couple members, but Greninja getting hooked, Purple playing that really well, and then Orange almost flying to the flank on Purple there. We saw Adamark coming in the back of Purple with the Abyssal Breaker. They read it, able to recover and not kind of be pinched by the Orange crown. But Orange has been in this situation all game. Just 2 players left on a Dream, and it's been working for him. We've seen 2 Dreams come through pretty solid. And so Adamark, 20 seconds left on this kind of top island, wants to do it one more time here for Orange. And
I think should have enough time before the storm will start really forcing them off that little island. They could even get back to that tricky bridge that we see at the mana coils, and they'll have enough time to continue the fight. But the big question is, how do they get past Purple and have to deal with Aiden at the same time, who just got their crown lowered down? So now 2 teams getting the crown popped instantaneously.
Let's go.
Orange, even if Squalia was taken down, still back up, but they got to deal with so many thorns in their side. So many teams have surrounded them, and a summon Napalm to get rid of Squalia right after just getting resurrected. The Orange are going to struggle. Emergency Penguin has been sent out to scout out, give them some land. Put the spike down on the bridge. Ori can't get away. It's only Adamark. Orange had done so many miraculous plays, but eventually things were going to fall, and Pop Lush is taken down. Adamark pushing back against Or, but the Abyssal Breaker is only breaking down the Orange team as we are down to 3.
Yeah, literally nowhere to go there, doing everything he can to just stick in it. Green's just waiting for him, though. And look at these green items, bro. With all level 15, multiple gold armors, damage soul. Like, these guys are going to be tough to take out. We can see items on red, not even really close. I mean, kind of close, but... Oh, and green just goes over the top.
Full sending it again. They've constantly been doing this when the red team are not suspecting it. They got him low, but the purple to show up and take away Theo. They're cleaning up after Purple's engage, after Force engages. So Purple looking pretty strong themselves. Probably the only team in this one that could really contest against Force. And the bullet trains are getting really scary here for red.
Now Purple, and it's really Purple and Forest that are kind of like on even footing. Red now not only behind a player, but also kind of behind on items, no soul. So Red gonna want to play this as patiently as they can, look for a third party, but I don't think these other 2 squads are gonna let that happen. We see they can both kind of see Red isolated down here on this island. The next shift not in Red's favor at all, coming up to the left here. So Red's gonna have to move through green, through Purple to find a spot in the new circle, beat down a member.
There's always one way they can get out of this one. The bullet train is there. They gotta wait. They gotta book their ticket soon, because You need to ride that and hope that that's going to be enough to save you. Here comes one now. I think you need the next one after that, but it doesn't seem that Force want to give them that opportunity. Red, don't hop onto the train. Instead, they use the chilling finale with Aiden taking a bit of damage, but he heals right back up and back onto that island. And here comes the storm. Looking at when the next train is going to arrive. Red, it is looking dicey. It's going to be here soon. But you have to go through the portals instead to try to get back, while Purple had already peeled north to control the northern part of the circle. The train's not necessarily going to help out Red, but Red's still in a bad spot, and Force, they realize that. That's why they send 2 to scout it out. Abyssal Breaker trying to create a little bit of space, but Innovation with the frozen barricade does not help out Red. They're down to 2. Make it down to almost 1. Flash tries to survive the chain from Aiden, and with 1 more knockback into the storm, Red have been removed. A pull from Little Me to get the Jungle to clarity. The chilling finale. Purple have found the fight against Force, but the boombox helps out Force get back. Still surviving. Another pull from Little Meep onto the track. Acolytes is the next one gone. 2v4. Aiden pushed back against the storm. Tries to dodge away. And your ninja is going to be the next one in the middle of 3 to try to survive. Will somehow be able to survive a little bit longer. But Little Meep pushing forward, taking him out. And only Aiden left with a bullet train barely not connecting. No way to get out of this one for Aiden. He tried to spin dash away, but Purple will take the game.
So I'm pretty sure Little Meep just grabbed that boombox. I'm pretty sure that was Green's boombox, but it actually worked out so well for Purple there, and they were able to, like we saw the Celestial get shipped in, but then everyone was just hanging out immune in the boombox, and something bumped the Celeste out as the boombox was ending. I didn't see what did it, but something pushed her in her ult out to the north. And as soon as that happened and the ult didn't proc at the end of the boombox, it was looking pretty sideways for Green. But I love I love kind of the idea, the entry, like the aggression. But sometimes those it reminds me, Magical reminds me of Bard.
The Bard ults, where it ends up helping out the other team, not your own team. Yeah,
it's kind of like that, where it's tricky to use the boombox sometimes, because
boombox is one of those things. It can give you so much space. It can save your team, but also, as you're talking about, it can end up helping out the other team just as much if you're not able to push the enemy out of the boombox in time, and instead you're the ones kind of pushed out of that zone. And so for Forest, that's exactly what happened. Purple taking that game. And I gotta say, that whole game for so many squads was back and forth. And it felt like once we got to the top 5, that any team was able to take that one, that every team was fighting so well. And you got to give out a lot of shout outs to the RE, to Adamark especially, on how they were able to play. Even though they fall at 4th, it still was incredible to see how they're able to do.
Yeah, we saw 2, almost 3 different situations where Orange was down to 2 members, and we saw Adamark and the Ari do it multiple times in that one run, fighting 2v4, because they fought Red on the fire, then they fought off 8 that was fighting as they made their way around the whole north side of the circle. But yeah, I love seeing like the scrappiness out of teams like that, and like you can really see the duo synergy. That was like a great example where when you're watching kind of Adamark and the Ari play, you're like, these guys are teammates. Like they're playing very well together, and it's an interesting like dynamic, because it's almost like, if you think about it, it's almost like whichever duos can kind of do that best are gonna rise to the top, because every game your team's switching. But if you can consistently play together as your 2 and live and play and like rank up placement, get a few more kills in, like that's really what's gonna, like, who's gonna end up winning this tournament in the end,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like this. I love these unique formats, and Sprocaine's definitely brought a lot of these like fun ways to kind of play the game, especially on a competitive level. That has really changed things up, and like it's just how I kind of approach a lot of this, and it will make me really curious on what kind of creativity Sprocaine will have when it comes to trios later down the road too. Well, when like gotta look at arenas too, and how that's going to be, because arena's definitely going to stick around for quite some time. A lot of players love playing arena tournaments too.
So I'm really curious on how things are going to go. I know next weekend is going to be a lot of fun. There's going to be a lot of exciting games kind of leading up until April 2nd when we have trios coming in. So we'll have all this kind of cool stuff that continues to go forward for SUPERVIVE.
Yeah, I think this next like week and a half is going to be super hype because we basically have like Jang's doing like the quintessence like Tech event, so they're doing all kinds of SUPERVIVE games over the course of like 3 or 4 days, along with like other games, I think. And then we have another Sprocaine tournament next Sunday. I think there's another one. I think there's something happening on Saturday that's not Jang's thing, even though his. So, anyways, yeah, there's going to be a crazy weekend, and all that's leading into. We're expecting like a Tuesday or Wednesday patch that's going to be hitting with the new Hunter, with trios, and I think like another thing that I like talked about in my video that is going to be good for trios that kind of flies under the radar is the fact that along with this, they're going to be splitting out normal and ranked queues. So like I think that is like a big win that not a ton of people are talking about because the environment right now, if you're just like looking to play, which this is me a lot these days because I'm getting into my older gaming years relatively, right? Yeah. And I used to be a lot more competitive. I used to be a lot more kind of like about the grind and stuff. But these days, a lot of times I'm just looking to play games for fun, to have a good time, to learn, to try stuff. Like I'm, very much love just like theory crafting and like trying new builds and things like this. So, when I go to queue up for a game of SUPERVIVE, I can't get that environment right now. Even if I queue unranked, I get into the same exact lobbies with all the sweaty ranked players. There's Height out there, Lemur, like it doesn't matter if I queue ranked or unranked, it's the same lobbies right now. And
okay. Well, here, hold on. I think I already know what the problem is. So what Hunter are you playing mostly?
I play like literally everything.
But
probably
does it begin with a B and does it end with an O that you're primarily playing with? Because if not, just play Bebo and just hit people with a bat, and you'll immediately will make everything 1,000 times better.
Maybe that's
you lose to Lemur, but you got the Bebo going on, makes your day that much better.
Dude, that's so funny. I actually did give him a couple games on like Friday because I need to finish the quest, bro. I need to get more Nox as Bebo or to get the emo. So I might actually go on a little Bebo run here in the next week.
I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes, like if I feel like I've been too sweaty, I'll just lock in Bebo. I'm like, all right, we vibing. We vibing here. We're playing some Bebo. Throw out the B-bombs. And if I find a good angle to tonk, I'm tearing him out into the storm, even if I have to sacrifice my own life for it.
Dude, I love that.
The big brain over here.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. But like, yeah, I mean, but kind of the point to all that is like, it would be nice. Like, imagine if you could queue into a game. Like, imagine you want to play a game of SUPERVIVE just for fun to try a new build or try a new Hunter. Like, that's an unranked scenario, and with the changes to trios, like, you'll be getting in a lobby where everyone else is unranked. Right now, that does not happen. Like, if you queue ranked, you get in the same lobby. Where you're getting placed is based on your elo, not really, your rank is sort of separate from, like, your elo that's under the hood. And with the trios changes, like, basically you're going to have the ability to queue into completely separate lobby for just learning, for having fun, for playing with friends, and you're, not going to be getting up against... Because basically, like, if you're queuing ranked or unranked, you're literally going into the game with different goals. Like, if you're queuing ranked, you're queuing to, climb the leaderboard, get better, improve, have a competitive game. And if you're playing unranked, you're probably doing it for fun, to try a new build, to play with friends, to teach someone, to teach yourself. Like, and those are sort of opposing goals where in any scenario, one person on the other person's team is going to think they're trolling because they're not doing what the other person wants because they have inherently different reasons they're playing. So, and that happens. That's a big flaw of the game right now where those people are on the same teams. It causes friction before the game even starts. And I think it's going to be absolutely huge having those queues split out and giving people the option to play for fun or play to compete. And not have to go against those competitive players when you're playing for fun, basically.
Very, very true. Because, I mean, you look at the lobby we have here, and while we said there are a lot of new faces that we see across the board, these are all players that are very competitive, very good at the game, and we've seen some of these newer faces really showing up today as we get into our 4th game of the play-in stage for our duo squad bonanza.
Duo squad, dude. That's such a good name. Is that the official?
I don't know. I just made it up at the
Duo
beginning.
squad bonanza. I love it.
It's like that was kind of like what I was thinking. I'm like, what do I call this? Like when I title the stream, and that's what came to my mind. So it's just I've been rolling with it.
Hell yeah.
And for those that are wondering how the format goes, it's the players are duos. They have their duo partner that they are going to be with consistently, but the squads change up. They win the tournament as a duo, not as a squad, but they can gain points with their squad, and it will constantly force them to adapt, to change, and kind of see how things are going to go. But actually, can we go all the way up the Shards of Fate? I think brown team's up there, but we have 3 teams with the pink here too, and red. And we are already seeing that brown getting a little bit of damage to the back line of pink, but pink were able to heal up pretty effectively. They got the level advantage, so they'll take this base camp, forcing brown completely run around, while red have shown up out of nowhere, and they're going to take some of the farm too that brown really would have needed if they want to be able to contest against pink.
Yeah, brown going to be all of a sudden in a rough spot here. They find themselves right in the middle of both these squads, and red is like taking all the farm to the right of brown that they want. So brown kind of in the worst of it here. It looks like they're probably just going to try to peel all the way out. Don't want to be in the middle. Know that they are. And they probably are going to be able to successfully do that, but they're still kind of in the middle here, Magical.
Yeah, we got the pink squad down to the south, red up in the north. Red are contesting with these camps, making it a little bit more difficult for the brown. But good damage onto Pate, though, who had to go for the surge away. Pull, not connecting for Theo, so brown getting themselves the big camp and getting a spike onto Theo right as the ground gave way beneath them. Gives brown a good position now. They're struggling for a bit, but they found steady ground.
That's an icebreaker right there, bro. That is a little rough.
A little rough there. And yeah, red team now. Ooh, this is not looking good as they got found out by another squad. The pink team were still there, so Patho having to give up their life while only Innovation was able to escape. I think has gotten enough distance where people didn't notice where the oath went. I know. Yes, sir, does actually know. So look at this. They're hunting to see if they can find that oath.
Got the fancy skin and everything, dude. Looking clean, actually. Yes, sir. On the myth, and he actually he's going for the beacon. Is probably gonna have time, but
yeah.
Okay, he hears it or sees the ping. Is gonna bail.
Yeah, but the scouts there, the scout grenades were able to spot out the movement of pink. I think that if Innovation had committed, they might have been able to get the revive, but then do you escape from there? And I think that's why they ultimately made the call to go down towards Emotech, get the revive there. Doesn't seem that there are any teams there either, so should be able to get red team back in the game.
Yep, and we're still seeing, we saw a little bit of early scrapping up there, but mostly pretty spread out. Like, a lot of times we see people just rushing 6 here, and especially with, we have Resurgence toggled off here, but even with Resurgence on, I mean, it's basically the same. Like, with the level caps reintroduced, kind of, we very much see, like, a split farm to 6, and it's like, if you can find anything after that, you know, any extra books from Academy, any player kills, any little thing that can give you that edge to get 7, like, it's basically get to 6 as fast as you can, then fight 7 even better, because 7 being, you know, the level you unlock your ultimate since the leveling changes like a month or 2 ago. So, you know, it's really this, everyone kind of hitting 6 right around this time, end of day 1, and we're about to see a lot more scrapping, kind of vying for position in the nighttime. And then I've always kind of liked that Magical, how, you know, it kind of feels like nighttime is the time to fight in SUPERVIVE, where, you know, daytime, new creeps, farm up real quick, and then nighttime hits, you know, you get these things like ghosts here, where it can get you a 7, but in general, it's like 6 is kind of the soft cap. But you know, it gives you a good kind of timing, like, and I think that's part of why they reverted it back. We can see the graphics on the Meteor Beast added in here as well, flying in, actually look way better. Kind of see their trajectory.
I do like that. I like seeing where they kind of are going to crash. Obviously, not knowing perfectly where they're going to be. Well, actually, no, we do. The one's going to be at Mana Coils here. We already have our purple squad kind of in position to take it, but Forced are there too, so can be contested. Icarus Glide for Teal, but Periwinkle pushing up. Blink taking a little bit of damage, but throwing that right back onto OC15 as they try to resurrect. A nice grab, making sure they can keep alive one more teammate. And this is the thing that I was talking about with Fall from Grace, playing that Izuna, playing a lot more aggressively, but also having that ability to be a support if need be. Well, all the way over here, we were talking about already the fight that could have already broken out between Purple and Force, but the cluster nuke was picked up by Force, pushing back Purple, who are continuing to run away. Aiden chasing him down, and they're getting pushed right towards Periwinkle. Periwinkle, though, not going to pull the trigger. Instead, will wait it out and let Purple escape.
Yeah, and we saw it right there. The other change that went through this week is the bosses are now determined by who last hits them instead of grabbing the little thing off the ground to get the loot or the soul. And so that actually, like, I love that change, honestly, bro, because it adds that, like, last hit snipe on Baron Nashor dynamic that's so cool in League. To like every little mini boss fight you get in here, you now have a mini like Baron Nashor steal opportunity, which is freaking cool.
It's a lot of fun. I always love those moments as well, and I'm really curious like future things. I'm almost wondering if maybe like this is now just theory crafting. If they want to add in something like Smite in the future, where you can pick up something like that, so then
like
you
a
can
power?
have even more. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Dude,
so
a
you
Smite
can have
power
that
could go hard, bro.
Right, and have those kind of awesome moments like Soul finding the dunk on the Quitlet and forcing Lime back. The Storm pushing them back the wrong way, and Soul in hot pursuit, 1v3, slashing away against Lime, but has to be so cautious as they were able to get right underneath any of the damage that was thrown out. But still, Magenta did not get the best position, and they are getting pushed back by Teal as Adamex was looking for the back line, but took way too much damage from Ashikata while Soul has put the chains down, and Void's getting taken down by Bishop. Teal forced to try to retreat. OC15 giving up their life, so more can survive of Teal.
Magenta playing that really well. We saw Soul aggressing on the Southern team. They kind of find themselves in a weird spot, but fight it really well, able to fend off the Jhin engage. I think OC barely wide on that punch engage, but Magenta able to pull it through. And now the team they were kind of pressuring to the south, Lime here in a bit of a rough spot. Ranker is able to get the crown, trying to find some rings north, but it looks like Miss Imrice T is going to kind of get caught down there. Oh, does find rings themselves, though. They might be out of there if
Periwinkle, we're quite paying attention fully. The rings, you got to kind of pay attention to those rings, especially with how fast you can zoom right past. So able to get out here, but we look at Adamex, the only one who is able to survive for Teal, all the way outside of Kobayashi's. And now that it's daytime, gonna go into town, try to revive the team pretty safely, as Meteor Beast and Souls are on the line. Shrapnel for Brown team, and you can already see their loadout as they have already gotten themselves the cluster nuke. They've got themselves a power shuffler too.
Oh yeah, baby.
So they're looking pretty strong, but Magenta are nearby, and they kind of want to contest the Shrapnel
working
Soul.
hard, actually. Look at this jump pad. Is that technically in the bush?
No, I think that was spotted out. They definitely know. Once I see them start pathing down, Greninja saying, all right, there's someone here. We got to make sure we secure the soul. And Magenta, having realized they gave away their position with that jump pad, they decide not to contest. They'll fall back, go back away from the fight, and say, we will look for a better position before we actually try to engage.
Dude, Brown looking scary here, though, on level 11 with Shrapnel Soul. Pretty good item evolutions very early on here. Tournament organizer, Sprocaine, that's got to be a buff.
I don't know. Look at Soul behind, finding the flank, and now Periwinkle too. Magenta, you bit off more than he could chew. They've been split away. Squaya forced to try to surge away, but the Brown team has to deal with Periwinkle, who were in hot pursuit. Middlemeat finding the pull, interrupted. Chilling finale to separate the fight of strikers. Has to go in the storm a little bit of time, while Greninja healing up, waiting it out. Brown team want to re-engage, but they need to get Greninja in a better spot first and foremost before they try to re-engage against Periwinkle. And that is why they are waiting it out, and Soul, having gotten the crown, wants to try to recreate magic once more, but gets spiked down by Periwinkle.
Just max distance. That's one of those ones where you didn't even need to glide. Your momentum would have just carried you to the mantle, but you kind of just do it instinctively, getting hit by the very end range of the explosion of that Bishop Rocket. Never feels good, but right there we see Brown take out our very first squad at 10th. And these guys are just kind of running this lobby at this point, like looking so strong. Level 12s, really good items, solid powers with that Shrapnel Soul. we're going to have to keep an eye on them as we take a look up here at close to Imotech. Green v Green, sorry, Lime v Forest here. Taking a look at
that one's the tricky one. That's the trickiest one of all of them, because at least for the Periwinkle and Magenta, we were able to find like good workarounds, but Forest and Lime, that's the best we could think of at this time, because it's both greens. And so saying how they are at Emotech, ooh, wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams up at Shards of Fate right now. Potential for a crazy circumstance from a lot of our squads, as they are all slowly pushing in towards Kobayashi's.
Yeah, and it's going to be a bloodbath over here in a second, I think. Okay, so
Yeah,
Damage Soul on purple here. Kind of holding this position, trying to wait for these teams to push in, ledge guard as they move into the circle here. And there's multiple teams doing it. It's going to be a different Kunda Green, followed by... what is... Oh, that's Teal, sorry. Teal, yeah. Followed by Orange here.
Oh, wait. Our Forest, they pushed all the way up towards Shards of Fate, so they joined this, and then a crown pop for purple while they fight against Orange, taken down. Courageous, but it's a lot of damage thrown back and forth. The Ori's going to be the target they look for, while Adam Mark tries to get away with the portals, but Flashy Force finding the dunk to remove Red, but unfortunately also got taken down, and only Adam Mark remains, hoping to get some glide back, but these ghosts show where you are and taken out at 8th. Gonna be a tragic fall for Adamark.
Yeah, that's a rough spot to be in. Like Purple holding this island, really paying off for them, forcing both of those teams to kind of, you know, go through these rings. They go right into the Armateal. It's just a bloodbath for everyone involved. And Red gets taken off on the top left, as well as they were looking to engage into Forest up here. And we see, like, I love how the action just breaks out here, bro. Like, everyone kind of farms up, and then we just see violence until the end of the game.
And speaking of violence, Pink lose 2, might lose more as they are separated and more teams join. They heard the battle. They want to throw their hat into the ring. Well, one will survive for Pink. Brown want to fight against Lime. Abyssal Breaker from Sprocaine. Ranker barely able to get away, but the second whim taking him down. And with a little bit of health, Mr. IC couldn't mantle the Wisp. Down to 2 for Lime.
Wow.
Quitlet the only one now, as that spike came through for Akalinks and spotting out this lone Shiv. Will take down another squad with the help of Hachi.
Brown just farming now, actually so strong. That looked so easy for them. Just an easy push into him. And it looks like Periwinkle might be able to put up a little bit of a better fight here, but look at these levels. Akalink's already on 14. So Brown just scaling hard. Look at this, like 5 pink items already online. Only 13 minutes into the game here. So I think these guys continue to kind of ride their momentum. Really, it's Purple that are kind of the main. I mean, but even them are quite a bit behind on levels items, even though they do have this damage soul. So this is really Brown's game to win here. Have a really big kind of tempo advantage.
The big thing is it is cross-country storm, and this, cross-country storm starts making things awkward. They're forced to take rings to get back in, while Periwinkle took the aggression that came from Force. Brown still struggling as they notice that they had to push into Purple, and they are now surrounded. They have Force behind them and Purple pushing towards them. They look for anything, any salvation. But the Abyssal Breaker from Purple pushing the Brown team to separate. Another nuke has gotten them, and Sprocaine is gone. While the cluster makes it hard for Brown team to re-engage and to find themselves regrouped. Hachi dunked down, and Purple take control away from Brown. Only Greninja to survive and hoping to be able to get back towards land. The rings might give them a little bit of time, but they haven't spotted out. Forest know this Zep is alone and only having the rings. Emergency platform from Clarity so they can spot him out. Second one to push back in. Greninja slammed down by Cask.
Man, I think it was looking so good for Brown, bro. And right when I just say that, you called it out. The cross-country storm, if you're not ready for it, it doesn't matter how ahead you are. It can put you in the worst situations. positionally, and that can force you into a terrible spot where you can get taken advantage of, and that's exactly what happened to Brown there. We saw them sort of panicking on the storm shift, couldn't go north because of that ledge in the team fight there, try to find their way through the rings, go right into the arms of Purple, waiting happily, who have been kind of holding, that's like the same spot they were holding Magical when those other teams came down and they wiped the squads coming from the north. They've been holding this north part of Kobayashi's like textbook kind of perfectly here. Purple now kind of team to be looking out for, but someone did get that shrapnel soul, so that is now on Forest up here. Oh, with these powers, bro.
I was about to say, and Forest, well, yes, Purple were the ones that were punishing Brown. Forest were the ones that claimed the rewards from it. They get the cluster nuke. They've got the goals. They got the boombox. Dragons was able to somehow get away from danger, but the cross-country storm is pushing. Teal are struggling, while the Forest have been able to get themselves onto this bridge. They don't notice there's a Felix behind them, and yes, Periwinkle have 3 members up, but none of them are together. They've gone for completely different points, and only now might be able to regroup as nobody had punished them being separated.
Yeah, actually really nice recovery from them. Going to be back to full force and down to just 4 squads pretty quickly there. We saw like huge amount of violence that's slowing down, everyone kind of finding some new positioning here, but we're going to continue seeing. Look at this shift, bro. Oh my gosh. Dude.
I love cross-country storm for this reason. Nobody is ever comfortable, because once you feel like you've got yourself set up, everything changes in a split second, and this storm is going to really careen across. Only really Teal have a slightly decent position, but even that is not that great. They've got to go through a lot of area, especially with these frozen little bits of land that are going to start crumbling beneath them. As you talked about, the icebreakers of the conversation here are going to be really difficult for a lot of these teams to have to deal with soon.
I'm so bad at like, you and like that Kai I casted with the other day was like, you guys are really good at like the like kind of puns, dude. I'm terrible at that stuff. That was like my first official kind of fucking fun. GG.
That was a good one. That was a really good one. I like that one. Ooh. Clarny gets spotted out a bit separated from the rest of the team, and Force unable to actually go for the box revive. Instead, might just have to use the beacon, but Teal down to the south, Periwinkle to the north. Any team can punish them, but nobody has done so just yet. And interrupting there for Aiden trying to put up the spike walls, but still able to bring back up Clarny regardless.
Yeah, we can see everyone just basically playing to the shift right now. Like, no one's really trying to look for a fight. Everyone's trying to win this position. Whoa. This positioning battle, moving into this inner circle, and it looks like Teal, kind of off of the direction of the shift, is going to have the better of it. They opt to not ledge guard this from Forest, so Forest just going to be right in, kind of fighting them for this main space of ground here. But Purple and Periwinkle both going to be late to the party. We see Teal looking to ledge guard the circle, basically like they, like you should do right here. And so now Purple going to be forced to move. They are going to throw their fire out, get some vision intel before they make that move. Now Teal sort of all of a sudden right in the middle of these two. They're going to find this island to the south. So yeah, it's all about this cross-country shift is all about, you know, finding the new land and then ledge guarding against other teams that are behind your movement. And we can kind of see it playing out in full motion here.
As Periwinkle slowly had been pushing in, but they found Aiden not paying attention, more focus on Purple and Teal. So another member gone, but there was a crown that had been perfectly placed, so Forrest picked that up and almost another pull. We see how well these King plans, especially from EU, tend to play and how many crazy angles they look as there's going to be the pull. Tonk trying to drag out Periwinkle into the storm, but Purple will interrupt this. Periwinkle have been completely separated down to 2. Boombox might help them. Look for the revive. Little Meep gonna be back on their feet. No, interrupted, denied. Purple say, no way, Periwinkle, as they've been removed. Forrest made sure to help out with that. And now down to 3. Purple see that there are a lot of these base camps that have been put down. They've got the bungee shot, dragging in Little Meep, but Little Meep able to get back. But Tonk play with the kidnap onto Teal. Separate the fight. Force absolutely decimate Teal. Atomex has to dash away to mainland, forced to go with the storm instead of going for anything with the team.
Dude, that was Cask and Sid with the monster entry. Tonk Celeste combo, gets it through, kidnaps 2, runs him into the wall, and really nice play there to basically eliminate, but still 1 player left. So just Atomics on the Jhin, never out if Abyss is in play and you're on Jhin, looking to probably find a crown option here. Wants to be the first one over to this new crown in this new circle, but going to be a tough ask. Squads on both sides here.
Yeah, it's right now slowly pushing back in. I'm curious to see how Atomics is going to get out of this one. Was able to utilize the clone and puts down the bungee shot. So Atomics not going to actually be taken down quite yet. They know that there is that Jhin to the north. As we see another attempt with the Blink Stone finds them. Hello, this Tonk Celeste combo with the Blink Stone. Purple, you saw it happen to Teal, but you still got caught out as they get the bone box put down to chase away the 3 members of Purple. They found Atomics, the pull, but not getting the dunk. Tries to outplay them, but now Atomics has to go for the clone with the 2-way tunnel. Purple down to 2 members as they've been separated, and they cannot get back into the circle. The Storm's pushing at their backs, and on the tracks, the chilling finale for Purple as they're only down to Kingpin, and no way to get away from this one. Second one push them. No, somehow will survive. Purple barely hold on by just an edge until Aiden throwing out the hammer to hammer down Purple.
Yeah, what a well-played game from Purple there. They were playing the circle positioning, the cross-country so well. In the end, are going to get one out by Forrest there. And Atomics ranks his team up, makes it into second, just living there. A minute left on Crown, trying to keep the dream alive. Deep in the abyss, just mantling his heart out, doing everything he can here. Just trying to get anyone to chase him out over there, but they're not going to do it, Magical.
They were not getting baited into that one. They knew too well, especially against a Jhin with Crown, that if you go over that abyss, it just takes that one dunk to completely turn the fates around. Well done from Force to take this game for our last one of the play-in stage.
Nice. Yeah, that was like a really well-thought game. And like, that's kind of like really everyone was playing cross country pretty well there. We saw it catch Brown team off guard, who was kind of like was looking like Brown's game to win earlier on there. It seemed like a while ago now, but after that cross country shift caught them off guard, Purple and Forest take advantage, and then they're Forest walking away with that soul ends up leading to their victory in the end there after they, you know, play the shifts down. But dude, cross country is so fun to watch, man. I love high level cross country. It's just like, it's such a good storm shift to like make the end game like crazy.
It's definitely one of my favorites. Like, I always love Bullet Train. I personally, I would make the train faster and more trains, so even more potential for train kills.
Yeah.
But if we're looking at ones that are just really fun to kind of see how they change how you have to fundamentally play the game, cross country I think is the biggest one for that. It truly is like its own entity when it comes to storm shifts, because all the other ones you can kind of play around them and play pretty consistently.
Yeah.
Not with cross country.
Right.
It really forces you to have to adapt on the fly, which is why I do love seeing it so much.
Yeah, and it really like mixes up, you know, where we see a lot of these final circles. Like when you get down to the last 3, there's that kind of pause and this like positioning and this kind of like posturing that happens very often when you get down to 3. Like when it's cross country, bro, you don't really have that because no one really has the winning ground for very long. If they do, the odds that it shifts out of their favor in a minute is like pretty high. And so yeah, you just get a lot of like chaos and like opportunities for outplays, like opportunities for things like, you know, if you do have a crown, catching someone, you know, that's straggling over the abyss, like trying to make it in. Like we saw, you know, Brown team right there. It's funny to say, but like you see very high level squads that are like running the lobby basically die to this storm shift. Like they didn't get killed by cross country, but cross country killed them because it forced them right into the arms of Purple when they were already half health, like running out of the storm. So it's like, you know, even at the highest level, it's a tricky enough storm shift that like it's making you, on top of the gabillion other things you have to think about during SUPERVIVE, you're constantly having to track the shift, where your position is in the shift, where the abyss is, what abyss do you have to cross, like all these crazy things, right?
All right, so now I'm trying to figure out, I think we're supposed to be swapping now, is what, if I recall how this kind of goes, but I'm not seeing them change, and that was game 4, right? So that should be all the qualifiers played now.
I'm so
I think
bad
we're
at keeping
supposed
track of. Was that 4? Sounds right.
I think so. Yeah, I think that was our 4th one. Because we had 2, then we played 2 just now. And so I'm looking at how we are going to change from here. Just looking at the rules really quick.
I need another quick bio. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I will message them to see how the format's going from here. Give me a sec. All right. Now I'm just trying to figure out where we're going from here. Oh, they're counting the points. That's what's going on. Okay. So we're getting the points counted up, and we will figure out how we will separate for the finals and what teams are going to be in the winners bracket, and which ones will be in the lower bracket as well, the losers bracket. But I'm very curious to see how this is going to go. I have a feeling of certain teams that I expect to see in the top 20. So it is top 20 for this one because obviously we're going based off of duos, and those will be how you kind of separate everything. Yeah, so they're just gonna add those up, and we'll hopefully be ready to get into our finals very soon. Whew, I'm definitely feeling the tired though, having only gotten that hour of sleep. Whew. All right, I'm just gonna kind of rest for a second while I wait for Zick to get back. So let me, while we get everything added up, I'm going to, what should I do? Well, let me play some chill music really quick. Find something.
I have returned.
Nice. They're just adding up the points, so that's what we're waiting on.
Oh, gotcha. We're seeing who the top duos are.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
40
so
duos total, top 20 advance, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly. So, well, as I get it all added up, I'm just kind of waiting. Gives me some time to like zen and like relax for a second to prep for the finals, and then hopefully we finish in enough time where I can go take a rest before we have to do Battle Hub later.
Yeah, guys. So Magical just worked all night. How long was the shift? Like a 12-hour shift, then slept 1 hour.
Yep.
Then slept 1 hour, didn't eat, is here to cast for us like an absolute maniac.
Yeah.
So deserves every second of rest he can get in between games here. But we appreciate you, bro. Love having you around. The casting is immaculate.
I try to bring what I can. It's like I was even at a point like when I got up after that hour of sleep, I'm like, oh man, I have such a bad headache. Can I do this today? And I'm like, fuck it, we're doing it.
Fuck
We're
it.
sending it.
Let's go.
It's like, I cannot disappoint. We gotta make sure we get the games. I can rest tonight.
You
I
can
can
sleep
sleep a
when
lot
you're dead.
I can't say that around my wife because then she'll smack me.
That was like my buddy's favorite saying in high school.
I like saying that one a lot too, but my wife does not like when I joke about that one.
That's fair. That's fair. That's funny.
All right, I'm closing my eyes. I'm not asleep. I'm just closing my
Just
eyes.
meditating.
Yeah.
A quick
That's
meditate.
not what I want to hear when you're doing something in a few hours.
I'll be fine, Reliq.
He's the Reliq.
I'll be
This is the
fine.
recovery. He's literally charging up. He's like a little battery just plugged in for a couple of minutes here.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Give me caffeine.
Give me caffeine. Just to let you guys know, in the various SUPERVIVE rooms, so caster spiels and game info, I've dropped everything that you could possibly want. Tricodes, Liquipedia pages for the squads today,
Oh hell yeah!
Liquipedia pages for the full Abyssal Cup if you want to remind yourself
Hell
of the
yeah.
results and all those sorts of things. So you could not have any more information available to you.
Very cool. Thank you, bro.
Perfect.
No worries.
Thank you. I appreciate your Reliq. I'm gonna be fine. I can sleep after Battle Hub. That's when I can sleep.
That's when I can sleep, as if you're
Yeah,
on a mission or something.
He is.
I am.
He's
I'm
on a
mission to
grand. He's on a
test
grand
much-
mission.
As much
Yeah.
SUPERVIVE as humanly possible. It's like I got screwed over by my work schedule this week and next week, but I'm gonna make sure we still cast.
Brother, I'm on a long day. I woke up to watch the Chinese Grand Prix, and that was a snore fest.
Oh, was
And
it?
so-
Oh no.
I'm glad that I'm not casting this. Not because I don't think it'll be good. I think it's going to be a really fun event.
Hmm.
But I'm tapped out. Like I can operate the levers.
That's like I had my 12-hour shift last night, and then I slept for an hour, and then I did this, and then I'm gonna, depending when this ends, I'm gonna nap for an hour, and then I'm gonna do Paddle Hub.
Hell yeah.
Sounds like I'm the only
Hey.
one coming in today with a real night's sleep, so I'll do my best to try to carry.
I was gonna say, Zik, that Kai dude's a good find.
Oh yeah,
I-
did you end up
I like listening
talking to him?
the VODs. Listening to
Yeah,
the
yeah,
VODs is really good.
I've thrown a bunch of advice his way. The best way I could describe it to him was that he sometimes he actually has a very similar quirk to Magical in that, albeit for slightly different reasons. Sometimes he lets his words run away from his brain. Like he starts to like go up through the gears, and he speeds up to a point where he's struggling to keep up with himself. And I could tell immediately that this dude comes from like Valorant or Counter-Strike or something, because
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
trying to recount every single detail, and I'm like, brother, you need to like zoom out here and look at broader strokes to better manage your delivery, because
Mhm.
if you miss anything, that's what your partner's there for. Like they can fill in the gaps that you don't cover. But in terms of like confidence and just, I mean, again, another giveaway of the Valorant background was he's so clinical in his delivery. Like
Yeah.
it's so efficient.
Yeah.
And I quite enjoy that.
And
It's
he is
really-
very,
it's nice to see.
like very quickly when I just had him in those trio scrims, like a lot of like very like good little like quips that were making me chuckle, like little, you know, the little stuff that Magical's really good at that too, but like just the little, like I'm terrible at that kind of stuff. The little like analogies or little like puns that like you find like yeah, like within a couple of minutes he had already done like a couple of those. I'm like, man, like how do you guys do that?
It's not called punditry for no reason, you know. But yeah, like it's slightly different to what Magical here has, because I've said to Magical in the past, like it's the pure excitement and passion for the game that leads to these moments of rap god. And I trust Magical to do it, because Magical has that ability to just weave through those difficult to navigate sort of like deliveries
Mm-hmm.
whilst also being understandable.
Mm-hmm.
And on top of that, what Magical does really well, just gonna glaze you while you're here.
He's
what
live.
Magical does,
My eyes are glazed over, but that's a
yeah,
completely different thing.
what Magical does really well is tell the story of individual fights rather than telling you exactly what happens in a fight. There is a difference. There is a difference, and I think that storytelling narrative is what a lot of play-by-plays who lack character also lack. Like they are not personable because it just sounds like they are calling what they see
Right.
rather than excitedly sharing their insight whilst also leading the discussion and the conversation on what's going on.
Interesting. That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. It's really interesting hearing your experience caster analysis.
Reliq is a very good resource when it comes to casting, both as a caster, but also as like a producer who hears like a lot of the casting too of many different people.
Sophie's been telling me I should do like a Metafy at this point. Like I should.
You should.
I wish I had like tens of thousands more followers so that it would feel like I have legitimate like backing to give out such a, because I know the advice is good. I feel like a lot of people have improved off the back of the advice that I give. And like you say, it's not just the casting experience, it's the fact that I've been in the production seat, I've been behind the scenes, I've worked with so many people at this point that I can identify ways to improve. But I just don't know whether anyone would take up the service from someone who's got less than 2,000 followers.
I think it's tough for like the kind of role you're in, or just like as being in casting or production or whatever. Like you're not really I feel like it's much harder to get like a following like behind your name than it is being like a pro, good player, for example, or like, because you're kind of like always in events and you're always like in, kind of organizations or like TOs and stuff. Like it's harder to get the following to your personal name than it is like if you're like a player or like even like a coach or something like that, because it's just like people know who you are. Like everyone knows who you are, Reliq, but do they follow your Twitch or YouTube channel? Like I'm not sure, but they should, because like you host like a ton of really good events on like your Twitch, but just like it seems harder to me for that kind of role to grow a following. You know what I mean?
Well, first of all, thank you. That's very kind of you to say. But I think it's the unfortunate, like, TO is absolutely the most thankless job. 100%.
Dude, I can't even imagine. I actually can't imagine.
I don't know whether you saw the oath situation that developed yesterday.
I did not.
Basically there's a big abusive or oppressive oath bug on the Bright Shield Bash, where you get a cooldown reset, and if you're running double dagger builds, it means that you're getting these stuns every 2 seconds.
Oh, what the heck?
With cooldown reset, and you're dealing half a health bar's worth of damage onto some of the squishier targets like shivs and myths, for example. And so I'm like, we global ban oath or we do nothing. Like I'm not going to sit here policing individual case by case situations, and I'm not going to ask for a breakdown of every single equipment build across the board. That is way too much of an expectation for me.
Yeah.
But basically, this is why I like to lead through diplomacy, because I just handed it over to the players. I said, look, I want X amount of people. There's 60 people participating tonight. I want 35 of you minimum to conclusively say this is what we're going to draw a conclusion from. I also want a definitive majority on one of these answers. Particularly, I want a definitive, strong majority on yes, if we are to go for the global ban. Because if none of these prerequisites are met, I'm going to take the executive decision as a TO. This should have been brought to me way before today.
Yeah.
To ban a hunter outright with less than 24 hours to go would be controversial if it was a game-breaking bug. This isn't a game-breaking bug, it's just an oppressive bug.
Right.
And so that in of itself is like, it doesn't matter what decision I make, I'm always going to be upsetting people.
Right.
But on the production side, I know I've talked to you about this, Zik, but the production of shows is taken for granted.
Dude,
And
there's so
if
much that
nobody-
you guys do in the background that is not visible to people. It's like, it's even the players in the lobby, bro, they're like, go next, go next. And it's like, dude, do you not understand what's happening out here? Like, there's so many things
But
that are
even-
happening out here between games.
even the casters, though, even casting, I always say to anybody who's worried about their performances, if nobody is mentioning your name, you're doing a good job. You're doing the job that people expect you to do to a good degree. If people are shouting out your name as, wow, this caster's sick, you're killing it. Like, you are doing an amazing job because you're standing out enough that people notice and really just take point on, wow, this guy's doing really well. And it does go the other way. If people complain about you, then yeah, there's probably some things that you can work on, but you've also got to weigh that against the fact that people, especially in modern times, people just don't like stuff.
Yeah.
Like,
And are very
you know,
opinionated about it.
hatred is the default setting nowadays.
That's
And so the people that you need to be listening to are your colleagues and the people who actually matter when it comes to
Right.
working together with you.
Right, right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
I
a
can
reason
just
why
say
I ask
from
a lot of other casters like how I do, as opposed to like just the community, because like, well, yes, it's nice sometimes getting like feedback like from like fans and from players, but they don't always know exactly what goes into being a caster. Well, obviously, people who do casting will know a lot more.
dude, and
Yeah.
it's like way more than I thought it was. Like from the outside, it's basically like, oh, you get to like get excited and yell about the game you're into. That was like my initial like, oh, look at these guys like shoutcasting league. They look like they're having such a good time. Like it looks so fun, and
I mean,
and it
honestly,
is.
though, Magical is a great example within the SUPERVIVE community. Everyone gasses Magical up. I think that in terms of favorite caster within the community, that is Magical 8 or 9 out of 10 times. If you to just ask a random
Yeah,
group
I
of
would
people.
agree. And he's my favorite. I'm on the 9 side.
I mean, that is first of all high praise. You know that you're doing a great job, and Magical, you are doing a great job. But
I'm awake.
first and huh?
I'm awake.
But you know, first and foremost, any caster worth their salt will know that it doesn't matter how much praise you get, there is always something that you can do better at, and it's that constant. It's recognizing that you are good whilst also continuing to strive for improvement, which is what really makes
Yeah,
and forges the best casters at the top of the craft.
for sure.
But on top of that, you know, just because somebody's getting all of the hype, it doesn't mean that other people aren't doing a good job as well. If you get lost in the source of, oh, it's always this guy who's the favorite, blah, 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 like you're never going to be happy.
Yeah,
You're never going to be happy
Yeah.
because the next day the tables could turn. All of a sudden, people could not be mentioning Magical, and if you know, a Magical might be like, oh, you know, why is nobody talking? I just paraphrase. Why is nobody talking about me anymore? Why is, and it's like it's not like he's doing a worse job now than compared to previously. It's just like if the hot new thing enters the fray with like 50,000 followers or something, and they're bringing their entire army of loyalists over with them, then of course they're going to be talking about this guy because it's a popularity contest, and schoolyard politics is such a toxic way to handle a workspace. Like, you know, we're all keeping ourselves grounded in listen to each other, take the compliments where they come,
Right.
but
You very much cannot rely on random feedback from the internet
absolutely
to traject yourself in the proper direction. Like,
absolutely.
because I've, you know, at this point, bro, I've made probably close to 1,000 YouTube videos across a couple different channels, and I can tell you 100% that basically everything you just said is like true for YouTube comments. Like, feedback is cool, it's useful, it's good, but you have to take literally everything with a grain of salt, like even the praise, because basically of everything you just said. Like, and on top of that, any feedback you get, like, it can be so specific to that person, and it can be, you know, regardless of whether the feedback is like positive or negative or whatever, it's like that it's just coming from that one person's sort of isolated perspective. And so, you know, you changing what, like me changing what I'm doing in my YouTube videos because one person says something is dumb or whatever in a YouTube comment is just an absurd expectation, right? Like, you just, if you're, as soon as you're like trying to put content out there in any format, you know, whether it's casting, making YouTube videos, streaming, it's like you have to build this sort of shield, this like immunity to the noise a little bit. And like you were just saying, you have to stay grounded in yourself, in like what you know to be true, like in your mission. Like, why did you start shoutcasting? Why did you start streaming? Why did you start making videos? And like holding that in the forefront, because bro, it's like so competitive these days that that's the only way you can make it. Like, the only way is sticking with like your true mission. And yeah, you should listen to feedback, you should adjust, you should improve, but you have to be looking at it all through the lens of your grounding, right? Of your reality that you know to be true, confirmed by your closest friends and allies, and everything outside of that sort of pillar of known is information that can be used, but it should not be taken anywhere close to like truth or fact, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Magical.
Uh-huh.
Hey, JustReliq.
What's up?
Do you mind if I like put forward an idea?
I love ideas.
We should create like a SUPERVIVE centric podcast. Like, I don't know, I've been thinking about this for a while.
Yes.
I've even come up with a name. I think the Abyssal Power Hour. Like, it's
Ooh, I like
catchy.
that, I like that.
It's got a, you know, nice rhythm to it. As far as I'm concerned, doesn't impede on any previous brand.
I'm down.
You
I'm
were aware of the
100% down.
Kaiju Power Hour, right?
Dude, I
Okay.
featured on the Kaiju
I
Power
was like,
Hour.
I know this is like a tribute. I'm like, I love this. We should definitely do that.
I'm down.
You know, I always laughed the last few years at this idea that people, you really know when you're getting older when you start a podcast. I have never been, honestly, I've hit 30 years old and what, 5 months by this point, so I'm 30 and a half years old. I've never been more interested in starting a podcast now than at any other point in my life. I don't know
Dude.
what it'd be on.
Welcome to the 30s.
There's so, I mean, bro, it's
Podcasts have fun.
we don't ever get a chance. Like, long format discussion has been removed from society. Like, we used to be able to post up around the fire and just shoot the shit about life and why we're here and all this kind of stuff. Like, that's gone for the most part. It's like, to find an hour and a half to talk, you have to make that time, and it's super rare to so I think, like, I agree, bro, and it's so funny you say that, because I literally like didn't officially start it yet, but I have been doing a little. I did my very first episode with Lemur. I'm gonna do a podcast, just doing player interviews, like super casual, but like getting to know players
Dude, that was
better.
a fun listen. That was a great listen.
Oh, thank you, man. I had a lot of fun recording it, bro, and it was like, to that point, it's like just getting to sit down and talk to someone that you're colleagues with about something you're both interested in over an extended period of time. It's so rare. You don't get to do it anymore. You know what I mean?
Just make sure that you do them before all of the players leave SUPERVIVE. I think that's going to be.
No, dude, I already got the follow-up episode with Lemur scheduled for like a year and a half out when he wins the first
Nice.
Worlds. So
Oh, nice,
Yeah.
nice. Okay, yeah.
we're good. But anyways, yeah, that sounds awesome, bro. Like some kind of like caster, or like not even caster, but just like commentator, analyst, like
Down.
podcast.
I'm just down. Like, brain's kind of turned off for a sec, but down.
Kai, we are. Yeah. No, oh, you're an October baby as well, dude. What date? I need to know the date. This is become critically important information that we need to share now.
Yo, what
I'm
up, guy?
debating whether I finally
in the chat.
leak when my birthday is this year or not.
Huh?
Mine happened
No one
already.
in esports knows when my birthday is still. I've kept it a secret for many years.
It's the day when the bullet
bored.
trains go faster.
Woo, yes! More bullet trains, faster ones.
You two are casting bullet trains later, by the way.
Let's go.
Yes! I feel like Reliq, you're just always gonna give me bullet trains from now on, aren't you?
As he should.
Actually, it was more the scheduling quirk of, since Initialize is British based, and since I know Logic is a little tight on time,
Mhm.
I've got them as the first duo up, and so
Nice.
that means that you two are covering the last 2 games of the day,
Nice.
and Bullet Trains is the 3rd game of the finals.
Yes.
Oh, I gotta look a little bit at the format you posted.
Bro,
I was looking
how bad is Sprocaine at maths, by the way?
I was like, we haven't
they're
sitting here
doing-
for a hot minute.
Well, okay, they have been doing this for a bit, but there are 40 duos that they're doing maths for of constantly like different teams. They're not the same teams, you know, over
I
and over
know.
again.
Love the format. Hate
But-
the idea of it from an admin perspective.
Yeah, that's one of those things that just like it's such a like. There have been a lot of cool ideas. Like one of my favorites still is the implementation of bans that I want like going forward, like in the future, where
Mm.
the first ban is a vote from all teams where you just take it out, and whoever gets the most votes, that hunter's removed. And then from then on out, the last place team, whatever team gets eliminated first, gets to choose the hunter. That's it. There's only the one hunter ban, and only the last place team gets to choose from then on
See,
out.
So you can just simplify it even further by, because I agree that sounds like a lot of fun. You just run with all hunters for game 1, and then the last place
Ooh.
team is who chooses
That actually, yeah, that's probably
the
yeah,
ban going
simplifies it.
forward.
Yeah.
But it depends on, because I know the 8th hour ops ends of the month. I'm the 27th myself.
Ah.
So we've obviously got this 1 hunter per month dealio for 2025.
Yep.
But then I'm really quite curious to see how frequent the hunter drops will be thereafter. Because if we keep on going at
That's
1
true, yeah.
hunter per month, then okay, I think it's worth talking about a ban system. I would suspect, given how much of the resources have been diverted into focusing on hunter releases, that it'll slow down for 2026. Like, if we were to get 4 hunters, so 1 per quarter across 2026, I don't think that'd be crazy. In which case, if we're really jumping ahead and thinking a first SUPERVIVE Global Championship Cup Series tournament extravaganza or whatever, I don't think bans would necessarily be the play, since we still want to, especially moving into trios, we want to promote the idea that lots of different trio combinations can work. We want to see a meta develop where you can go a bunch of different routes to succeed in SUPERVIVE.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing is, like, I think having one, that's why I'm like, I like the idea of having 1 hunter ban, because I think that is, like, that's enough with a few amount, right?
Yeah.
Like, but having more than that, that's where I'm like, yeah, no, unless it's like, they somehow keep doing a hunter a month going into 2026 as well, then it's like, yeah, okay, definitely expand it from there, but I think just, like, with a hunter a month, and then even if they go to only 4 hunters for 2026, I think having the 1 hunter ban system where it's just the last place team chooses, that's, like, perfectly fine.
Thankfully not Kirby. Also Kirby! Yeah, no, this is not match point.
Yo, Kirby, what's up?
I've
I haven't seen Kirby in a minute.
I've said it once, I'll say it again. I love match point for special occasions.
Yes.
I think
we
the
did
moment
we did it the last time, and that was definitely a task.
not only that, but I mean, listen, hot take. I think that players should just understand that if they've got a target on their back, they got a target on their back.
Yep.
And they should play the game differently if all they are is 1 game away. Like,
Yep.
when the points don't matter, just play safe.
Yep.
And so I can be spicy, I can be controversial, I can say it doesn't matter. whether you have the names turned on or off. Quite frankly, I think you should just play up to and believe in yourself that you're going to be able to win stuff. However, even considering that, even if we were to turn off names and whatever, match point can take forever, and especially at grassroots level, you can't be expecting admins and observers and production and talent to just keep on going when there is no end in sight, potentially like 10 hours in. That's why we pay salaries, folks.
Yay! Wait, it's not normal to work 10 hours and then like not sleep and then do another 10 hours?
Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started.
My wife just gave me a dirty look when I was talking about that. She just looked at me like ready to smack me because she knows I should sleep, and I will after casting today.
Listen, it's genuinely important to give your mind the rest. I think it's, I mean, maybe it is like not public knowledge necessarily. I would have thought it would have been implied by how February went down for Battle Hub, but I mean, genuinely, if Theorycraft hadn't come out and shown active support in the Battle Hub events and provided us with wonderful incentives to keep the players coming back and to keep them engaged over this quiet period whilst we're in hard play testing open beta, we would have just stopped Battle Hub events until 1.0.
Yep.
That's genuinely where we were. So, and first of all, everyone say thank you to Theorycraft Games for being an incredible developer.
Thank you. We love you.
But secondly, look after yourself, folks. I mean, I'm arguably doing way more than I should by running through all of the event prep and doing the Wikipedia pages for the benefit of all of the production team but we do it because we love it, but we do have to look after ourselves.
Very true. Very, very true. I don't live by that mantra, but I tell everyone else they should.
Oh, dude. I am gonna come around your house and I'm going to force you to sleep. That sounds really ominous when I put it that way. I'm gonna politely tell you, Magical, you should definitely get some sleep.
I will after Battle Hub. I will.
I know.
It's like, or I was hoping that I'd be able to take a nap between this and Battle Hub, but
bro, at this rate.
Yeah, at this rate, that's not happening.
At this rate, you're not finishing coverage of this tournament.
I know. It's like I'm gonna message them, see what's going on.
Shout out to Sprocaine, by the way. Trying to, I don't know if Izuna is helping him today.
Izuna's definitely helping. Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's definitely necessary because there's a lot to do here, and it's very complicated.
Small admin teams managing this many players and also the unique format, unenviable task. So they, even with the amount of time it's taking, they're doing very well for themselves.
I think we've got it. I saw movements.
Hey, do you want some? I've got the Abyssal Cup signups here for next month.
Oh.
And I've got 3 confirmed trios.
Hey.
I've got 4 confirmed trios, 3 of which you will recognize.
Oh. I'm very excited about like how trios will do, but I'm also very interested to see how teams are going to shake up from it.
So we have Turbo Velocity, which Tom publicly posted about.
Yep.
So they've dropped Teldo.
Yep.
So it's Tom Kikori at a mark going forward.
Yep.
You have the Black Frogs, who have, it's basically the primary Fallout squad from Bomber disbanding.
Yeah.
So it was Aiden, Treadsy, Clerney, and most recently Blackrock.
Right.
Aiden has been dropped. I say Aiden's been dropped as if it was a choice. Like Aiden is playing on another team.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah.
Treadsy, Clerney, Blackrog for Black Frogs. And then you have the Alpha Sigma Stompers. They tried to get away with the obvious tri-code. I said not a chance in hell. I'll figure something out for them. But the Alpha Sigma Stompers are Aiden,
Uh-huh.
Sprocaine,
Uh-huh.
and Shroom.
Ooh, that's an interesting team.
Dude,
I'll
that's
put it
gonna
this
be,
way.
That's gonna be a dirty team.
Support players have never been more important.
Yeah.
And I think that Shroom is very quickly becoming one of the best supports
Mhm.
in EU.
Do you know? Have you heard anything like on Teldo's end? Like if he's gonna try to find another team or what his deal is?
Bro's invested a lot into SUPERVIVE. You know, he
Yeah.
streamed it regularly. He's bought a bunch of the skins. I would like to think that with a lot of these players, and especially the ones that find themselves without a home after being part of an established four for so long, they're waiting until trios, and they're going to take the 2 weeks or so while signups are still open for Abyssal Cup to figure that out and see if anything works. I mean, that's the conversation that I had with the EU guys a couple of weeks ago. Was look, you know, we can run Abyssal Cup 2 a week later than intended to give you guys a bit of time to figure
Yeah.
out trios, or it's end of the month because unfortunately, I say unfortunately as if it's bad that I have work. I'm covering Unite Championship Series on the 19th weekend, so the weekend of the 19th for April. So that means that I'm limited to those 2 weekends to oversee everything and make sure that everything is running.
Can I ask you a personal question, Reliq, if you don't mind? It's not too
Sure.
personal, but like, what's your favorite game to cast?
Ooh. I think each thing is special for its own reason. I know that's going to be perceived perhaps as a cop-out answer, but it's true because as much as I don't cast it as much, Rocket League is a special game to cast. It's where I truly honed my craft after moving over from sim racing, which is very like there is a particular way that you cast racing in general. And so that was kind of like my metamorphosis moment into someone who was looking to make esports casting something a bit more permanent. It's a simple game. It's a game that you could easily get excited about. Also trios, which I mean, maybe that's why I'm not as averse to the idea, because they have a 4v4 mode in Rocket League, but trios is the
Trios is where it's
primary.
at.
Yeah.
Seems
So
like
maybe
a lot
that's why
of,
I'm.
especially for BRs, trio seems like kind of a sweet spot.
A lot.
Yeah,
of
I mean,
players are very
Apex kind of
excited about
solidified
trios.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the reservation is because we're quite a close knit community, and a lot of us have been playing squads for the longest time now. So to change the primary number going into a game is scary.
Yeah.
But the change wouldn't have been made if there weren't evident benefits, not just on the server side of things and matchmaking side of things, but I mean, we talk about in-game clarity. I totally see that.
Yeah, and there's really like so many layers to it when you really like deeply consider it, which I've been doing over the last, week or so since they announced it. Like there's really so much to it, and I think me and Magic were like talking about it earlier, but I think one of the biggest things that these competitive players are going to really appreciate is you have more control over your outcome. You have more of the percentage of the team's play is up to you. You literally control 33% of it instead of 25. Thus, you have more power to rely on your own skill and ability to carry yourself in any situation than you do in any squads format. So just that right there I think is, an interesting thing to consider.
Oh.
Well, go ahead.
I see that we're going into game.
Yeah, I was gonna say we are getting into game. It is the finals, and it is our 4 teams as we have, I believe, is it Bullet Train they start off?
Bullet trains, yes.
Hey, Reliq, do you wanna cast?
I was like-
Are we try casting?
He's basically
We're
in
try
here
casting.
already.
Why
We're
not?
try-
That's
we're
fine.
try casting this
It
now.
feels
That's
so
like,
organic.
Hey, Reliq, you're already here. You wanna?
Sure, I'll hop along. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hell yeah!
I
All right,
love
so
it.
you understand the format, right? Like,
Yes.
they've got it all figured out. We've reset the points. It's the duo squad bonanza, and it's based off points that you get as a duo, and that's how you're winning. And I'm very excited about how that's going to go.
And we see a pretty spread map, like pretty typical here. A little more clumped in the middle as we see this first shift going to be over on the left side. So we're going to see the migration from these right squads, but everyone farming up pretty much, basically what we've been seeing is the level 6 rush. Certain ways to get your ultimate through PvPing, through stacks. Like there's a couple different ways to get to 7. But a lot of times we see this, the rush to 6 or as close as you can get, then look for the violence.
There's going to be the push. Brown team getting the spike and taking a lot of damage for it, but they were able to disengage. Aiden unable to get resurrected by force, but they might actually be able to now that Brown had kind of fallen back, but it's going to be the Vortex Charm onto Matrix, getting a lot of damage and separating them from Oath. No longer having the front line. Krista solo. Matrix will fall as Kuba has to separate from Clarny. They have to get a lot of distance, and they have done so for a moment. Then Clarny spotted out and spiked down. Chin already removing a squad.
Dude, that was like... the level disadvantage kind of bit them in the butt there a little bit. I think they were down like 1 or 2 levels across the board, but that's like a really good example, bro, of if that was trios, like everything's just a little more definitive in trios. Like we so often see one player able to get away in these squad scenarios, like especially like at a higher level. And when you just have 3, it's like I've played both trios playtest now. Oh! Wait, is that the reset? Is that the abuse? Did we just see it live, Reliq?
We most certainly did. I was going to say, what I like about these EU squads, though, going for the engage now with Lancelot moving out of there. Oh, it's a nice abyssal grab, though.
Chin tried to go for the fuselage, but taken down. Blast off a little bit late for Det Barek, and now he's going to get low. There goes Det Barek as Greninja, the next target, slammed down. 1 did survive for Brown, so they're not quite out of it. It's daytime. They can get a resurrection at Kobayashi's, and Akalinks is going exactly for that.
Yeah, so pick up on that point. Yeah, that is exactly the abusive Oath bug. It's the shield bash cooldown resets and running double dagger build with Oath. It's nasty work. You can basically stun lock someone, which is why Oath is now, from Monday onwards, will be globally banned from Battle Hub until this is fixed.
That's crazy.
Especially in trios, because it becomes even more oppressive. There's less players to counter it.
Right.
But countering is really the big metagame of EU right now. We see it in the SUPERVIVE showdown, and it's why I like seeing Det Barek there going straight for the throat on the likes of Clarny and Aiden especially. 2 big game players. Removing them early means that your chances later on far better magical.
Teal lose 2 members. As Orange are going to make sure that Sid is going to be confirmed, but not actually having the full fight against Brown team I expected. Only Numa kind of stepped up that far.
Oh, wow.
The team had not gone for it. Instead, they had to deal with Lime, who are right behind them. They're actually going to get pushed back and have the damage with the chilling finale to separate the fight. Drake goes over the abyss and separated from the rest of the squad, who are now scattering in 2 directions. A broken shield, a broken Oath, and a broken Lime, as they cannot get away too easily, taking a lot in order to do so.
Broken Lime. I love it. Dude, the Ari and Adamark, one of our duos to be watching out for. We saw him make a couple crazy 2v4 plays in an earlier match here, and we're seeing them follow up on that action here on Lime. So last player left for Lime. Oh no, Lingo is out. So Krabs, even
Lingo
though they get caught here,
completely different. Yeah,
is
went
gonna be
back
able to
to
get the hard res.
Kobayashi's. So not too worried on this one for Lime, and even though it's nighttime, still we'll be able to get that res. I'm more worried for a team like this. Atomics and Cask kind of separated. Fall from Grace too. They aren't in a great position to really look for anything. Even looking at where the respawn beacons are now, it's daytime. They could go for Kobayashi's, but there are a lot of squads nearby. And Atomics got spotted out by the red team, so they're going to look to see if they can get rid of Atomics, who's doing a good job for a while,
Ooh.
but there's only so much you can do.
The only time I like seeing a Jin dunk is when he does it to another Jin. No, I'm just kidding.
I just like the dunk mechanic.
No, so do
personally.
I. So do I. It's like, I mean, if you've ever played Jin, his is like, it looks easy to hit, but it's actually like kind of hard to hit. It's a pretty small hitbox, and you got to be like pretty like laser quick on the like reaction timing. Like if someone's moving out over Abyss, like I think Brawls is even a little, like Brawls and Kingpins are definitely a little easier to hit than Jin's, but Jin's just comes through so fast, bro. Like if you preload the first part of the queue, that second part of the queue, and you could just hold that, right? Like that's why Jin is the scariest Abyss champion, is you don't know if he has the Q1 preloaded, because he can, right here, there's Q1, he can hold that.
There it is.
It just happens so fast, bro. And when he queued one there, he could literally hold that for as long as he wants until he touches ground again, and he could even queue, and then his Q will be back off a cooldown if he uses Q2 and waits out the cooldown in the Abyss. So he just has like so much potential to threaten on the Abyss angle. It's like crazy.
And Atomics and Lancelot are like very, like kind of the quintessential EU Jin players, where even like when you have regular tournaments with regular squads beforehand, they were the only players running Jin every single game. Like everyone else has kind of fallen off any Jin hype long ago, and they stuck with it. They kept putting the practice in, and you can see how that really works out for them in games like this, where you have the duos where we were talking before. And I actually would be curious to like with you, like in your opinion, because with this kind of duo squad bonanza that we have here, a lot of the teams, you know, have to kind of adapt on the fly with new members that they're not necessarily as comfortable with. And we were talking earlier about how it's much more about playing the comfort as opposed to playing what's really meta going into this.
I think ironically what we're seeing here is something a lot more akin to trios than squads, because you are relying on your own individual prowess as a player. Because even within the dynamic of a duo, yeah, you've got that synergy with the duo, but there are two other people on top of that that you've got to try and manage. So it's a lot about playing on instinct, and especially as you rightly pointed out with your Lancelots and with your Atomics. I mean, we saw Atomics lasting in the air as a solo rat at the end of the SUPERVIVE showdown a couple days ago, literally in the air for a minute, just through using dashes and LMB. And he manages to get a most wanted off as well, because he's able to sucker someone in to get that dunk. It was absolutely insane. So yeah, it's a big challenge for a lot of these teams, honestly, to go out here and believe in themselves above the team. How very solo queue of us today.
Yeah, a lot of that self-confidence coming in. And like we were talking about it earlier, oh, action breaking out here, over damage Soul, looking a bit rough for Orange, but they did snipe the kill. I actually love that change. Me and Magical were talking about it. The last kill, like the Baron Nashor steal on any boss, like gives such a good mini game. And it's so much better than, it was so clunky having to like pick up whatever the hell that thing was.
The pedestal, yeah. Having to go pick up the soul itself. I mean, I was talking about this and wanting maybe a power that's akin to Smite from League.
Oh yeah,
as well.
that's such a good idea, bro. I love that.
All right, it just would add in a little bit of depth when it comes to that, but of course, you know, we'll have to see how things change. As right now, and pull onto the Glider Soul. Purple will secure control of one of them. They got themselves the Glider Soul. Might not necessarily be the most impactful. We were kind of talking about that as well, especially with looking at how this circle is. It's not really all too useful when you don't have too much Abyss to play for.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Yeah, it would be better if it kind of closed in over here on Mana Coils. But Reliq, to what you were mentioning earlier, like, you know, kind of playing for yourself, we were like talking about it. How much do you think the trios is going to shift up team comps? Because all of a sudden, like a character like Jin, like we just saw, like he's so much better at playing that solo queue game, like playing for himself, playing for the 1v1, playing over Abyss, playing like for picks, like finding angles, like being split off for his team. So like all of a sudden, are hunters like Jin gonna be, you know, new meta for trios because they have more of that, you know, potential like effectiveness in the 1v1?
Well, I will certainly tell you after this fight, as Krabs is totally eviscerated by Ori, of course, running this damaged soul. And so this orange team gonna scare off the green team, as they look for a revive. But totally, I think that whereas with composition, you can be a little bit more flexible in the role that you play in a squad. In trios, I think those roles are going to be a little bit more set. I think you've got your hard by the by support. I think you've got your hard by the by damage dealer, your ADC, and then I think that you've got that more utility secondary slot. You could run a second support, but alternatively, you're looking at your myths, your celestes, like your controllers, basically, to set up your ADC to take down your primary targets. Now, how that shakes up, so initially, I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to be an exciting experience nonetheless.
Shen, Fuselage with the Blink Dagger, almost was able to find that flank onto Purple, but they were wise to it. They were able to disengage well, get themselves back over to the Forge, and even get the grounded onto Shen, but Shen heals back up. Second wind to push back the Brown team into the mana coils. Thwarted once more as Purple still waiting for that angle for aggressive to find the pull. Not going to connect it onto Deathbrook. So close, but not quite.
Yeah, we saw Shin actually shift forward for that creep, so they steal the level up. And Orange from the back, though. Void, huge ultimate catches Greninja totally off guard. Adamark trying to follow up on Purple as they kind of see the carnage breaking out up here. And so now we got Purple and Orange kind of posturing off after Brown able to escape to the north, but it is about to be mayhem. Oh, and the double avalanche!
With a mega avalanche coming in, with a Tom kick and aggressive to take both of them down. Arcane could be the target, but they instead have to deal with the one that was diving. They got rid of Shiv and let Arcane go.
Monster Abyssal Breaker by Adamark there. Really nice follow-up.
Wait.
Did he? Anywhere but here, but like just down. That's really funny.
That. Literally
it is
moved like 10 feet.
That was a coin flip that ended up on tails.
But like, did it though? Because like you didn't lose, but you didn't win. It's like it landed on the edge, so it's really impressive.
You didn't flip it.
But you didn't get anything from it.
I mean, look, they just died. I mean, their team just got wiped. So I think that's an L in the end. But actually, a really interesting part of that composition in particular is we see Tom Kick, this Kingpin maestro, up there for potentially best Kingpin in the world by the end of his time with Turbo Velocity as a squad, running Zeph. And that's because from listening in on his streams, he's planning on going support in trios. So that's how much this meta is going to change things.
Interesting.
Not a Kingpin one trick by any means, but this Kingpin aficionado is actually considering going on to a different character entirely.
Oh! Little me taken down by the bullet train. Magenta pushed Periwinkle back to the track, so we already get the knock while one from Periwinkle will survive. Orange now pushing up because they want the fight. They heard what was happening, and they wanted to join, but Magenta already peeling back to Chaos Steps.
That reaction is so good. Sometimes, like, when I'm observing, it's really hard to pay attention to everything while I'm trying to keep the camera on track. So, like, right there, I literally didn't even see the train thing happen until you guys just said that, just reacted. And it's just such a pure reaction. I love it.
I love the train. I love the train.
All right, coming down to last 6 squads here. It's actually been, like, we've seen kind of bits of violence, but a pretty calm end game. We see kind of a little engage here, a little engage there, but nothing too crazy and not too much like violence across the map. A lot of teams playing for positioning, playing to farm up a bit. We take a look at Brown here, looking not too bad, have a gold and pretty good item evolutions. Are gonna maybe find Blink here. Last member of Periwinkle.
Summon Napalm onto themselves, but unfortunately it did no damage to Brown, so another team down. We're down to our top 5. Magenta, it started pushing back in against Orange, but not respecting how much power this Orange squad has. They got the Blinkstone. They've got Team Leapfrog as well as having the nuke as well. So they are looking, not nuke, the Mega Avalanche. They are looking really powerful in this lobby.
Yep. The Corrupted Storm, by the way, guys. We've got a gnarled heart down somewhere.
Ooh. Yeah, interesting. Interesting to see. Where would that have been placed? I'm curious. It might have been this red team, because this red team is pretty strong as well. They could have placed that
or it could have been Magenta trying to get teams away from the tracks and up into the Chaos Storms where they feel a little bit more powerful. They've got themselves already the base camp there.
I don't know. I can't
And we
it.
see
Oh, right there.
got the straggler there
Oh,
for
there
our
it
line.
is.
Oh, there it is. There it is. So it was the red team.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good angle. They're gonna have inner position on everyone moving up there. Yeah, I like that
because
play.
it keeps it at the tracks too.
And like
Very
Gnarled
well
Heart
done.
is like, you don't see it very often in normal play, but it's actually such a big kind of game-changing thing. It's almost the opposite magical of everything we were nice by Dracos there. Really nice bandage shift up over the wall, playing on the out of bounds, but the out of bounds hurts,
It's
bro.
It's burning him. He's got that chilling finale. If you want to waste a little bit of time, you gotta do it now, though. And doesn't hop on the train with a minute 30. Found out and taken down. Couldn't outplay them all. So close, but no cigar.
Inty. Dude,
Heroic attempt though. The
Yeah.
tech to go over that ruin is outstanding.
It was nice. It's just unfortunate that there were already so many teams surrounding them. So it's like,
Yup.
where do you fall from that point? You stay up there. You saw how much damage they were taking from being out of balance. But wherever they were going to land, it was going to be into the arms of another team. And you're kind of like, all right, do I want to fall into the river full of crocodiles, or do I just want to burn up in the heavens? And that's kind of what ended up happening there for them. And a little tragic, but we see here a crown is going to pop for Magenta. So Orlando's back in the game, and all teams have been fully reformed.
Yeah, and that crown XP that comes through can be so big for catching your team up if you fall even a little behind. It's actually like massive now to, they're basically right back on an even playing field. Only had one member. They needed to get back up, but this is exactly what Red wants. Let's post up our walls. Let's force these guys kind of just into each other. We're going to hold this northern ledge and just wait, for them to blow cooldowns on each other, wait for a bullet train to catch someone, wait for something crazy to happen, and then find our angle. And, these two teams, they really want to not do this. Like, if they continue to aggress here, Red is going to find the victory in this game. And so I think, it's a really tricky spot for Pink here, Magical. They're just getting crushed, bro, in between.
How do you get out? They're over the lava, and they're getting burnt to a crisp as everyone's taken out.
That was so
Round
brutal.
team are the team that end up getting the final blow onto them, but you feel bad for them. You definitely understand the struggles as they had no real angle to get out of that.
And it's literally like the opposite of the cross-country shenanigans we were talking about earlier. It's the opposite scenario where, Acklinks with it.
Oh, spotted out though. Meki Mech nearly had the damage on Acklinks. I was waiting for the pull, but did not want to go for that in case of the chilling finale. So let him go. This took a lot of damage onto them. While we see these three teams kind of staring at each other down. Orange are going to pull the trigger. They've got full goals and they feel powerful. Red thought they had the power position, but they went right over the walls. And now Brown go for the third party as Red had been completely separated. Lancelot trying to dash back, get with Meki Mech and the rest of the squad that remains. They'll survive a little bit longer, but they no longer have control of the gnarled heart that they had placed.
That's the rare appearance of the frog jump, by the way, into the Mega Avalanche. It's nice to see that being used effectively on a late game engage.
Let's go. Yeah, dude, that was really nice. Good call out there. And locking in the double soul is big for them, even though air soul, I guess, not really doing much. Still holding on to that damage soul. But yeah, like you said, Magical, their heart position gets kind of taken here, and everything they had kind of set up gets spoiled by Brown kind of coming in from the side. And we see him, they were playing the bush angle. Red didn't even know they're there. Caught him in a kind of tough angle. Theo trying to get through with the crown, but he can't. Oh,
He took the train to grab the crown and tried getting back with blast up, but it was interrupted. And now Red only down to Lancelot and Meki Mech. And you can tell that Orange, while they understand Red could always flank, they're far more focused on the Brown squad, and the Brown same towards Orange. They don't really see Meki Mech and Lancelot as that much of a threat just yet. That's why they put down the Storm Grenade, the Rain of Arrows as well, and force them out of their comfort zone. Look to see if they can pick out the stragglers and get a little bit of damage. Lancelot over the lava again. Goes for the dash with the clone. Push back towards Meki Mech, but an Abyssal Breaker to take down Lancelot and Meki Mech with the snowballs rolling in will fall too, while Brown Squad
far away. They put down a storm grenade.
Oh, right
Orange
in.
have to go through it, but look at JustReliq. He's trying to find the angle, but not able to do so. Instead, has to stay and take rid of Ash and do as much as they can with the boom box, helping out Orange. Numa now looking for their own flank in the back line with the unstable matter. Damage onto Acklings, but no knocks just yet into the back line. Instead, it's going to be the front line that takes down JustReliq. Greninja, the only one that remains, but not for long, as Orange will take game 1.
That was nice. I mean, Orange finds like a really good angle there, and I love to see like teams take the momentum from a previous fight and carry it into the next fight. Like so often you see in the final 3, third squad goes out and you see kind of like a reposturing between the second 2. Not there. And if you're winning that fight, like if you're kind of coming out on the top end of the third squad going out, if you can just instantly push that next squad before they have a chance to regroup, before they have a chance to get ready, before they have a chance to get cooldowns back, like it can make such a big difference. And we saw it right there from Orange perfectly. Ash ships it in with a really nice Celeste ultimate, completely zones out. Brown forces 2 to the north, 2 to the south. The rest of Orange get an isolated 3v2 in the bottom. Celeste takes care of the 2 up top, and they just continue fighting that out, basically to perfection there. So really nice end circle play from Orange there.
2 other key elements I want to pick up on there as well is that in taking out one of those last 4 squads, able to capitalize this Orange team by picking up the Bebo boombox. So they did a quick switch out between Ash and Adamark. Adamark picking up the Bebo boombox, and that Celeste taking the frog jump. You never know, could come in handy later, but really they'd already used it to great effect. But then shout out to Nomu as well, who with that Blinkstone on a Void, he was chomping at the bit to try and get some sort of the action. We saw a number of attempted kidnappings, none of which really paid off. And so they just decided to take the fight into their own hand, going north, going for that flank 1v2, yes, but we're talking about a full health bar Void, empowered, going after 2 relatively low health bars. Ultimately, just finding the 1 pick would surely be enough with pressure on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, good catch there for sure. So now we're in. So that's game 1 we have. It's going to be 4-game series. So right now we're getting similar to what we saw before in the play-ins. We're getting team swaps. So every duo team now is going to be on a different duos, and the individual duos points are getting tracked. So it's not, team 3 and team 4 points. It's, Greninja, Alkalinks points, or, Lingo, Giuda points. And so you're going to be carrying like your points as a duo into your next squad, but you're all of a sudden not going to have the same amount of points as the other 2 in your squad. And so I think as we maybe get like 1 or 2 more games in, I'm wondering if that causes any sort of friction where imagine you're a duos team that's really ahead and you're a duos team that's really behind and you get paired up. You might have a little different ideas of how you want to play that. So that could have caused some interesting like interdynamics that we haven't seen before based on the format.
I kind of like it though, because I like when you have these like almost awkward scenarios that can come up from how things can constantly change in a tournament that you're forced to adapt to. And it's also one of those things you have to think about too. It's like if you're almost sandbagging a team or trying to like to hit certain teams a little bit more, you're still putting yourself at danger of not rising higher in the standings too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's I love the format. It's such a weird dynamic that puts really makes you think. And we've been seeing cause a big mix up in kind of team comps, like what people are running, because like we were talking about earlier, just playing more to comfort, more for like the individual outplay than around like a solid team comp, because you are a brand new team every single game basically. But I mean, I think the result of the format, like who kind of comes out on top, is not only your individual performance and your team performance with your duo, which you can kind of have a bit of more of that mind meld going on because you're comfortable playing together. I think the teams that are going to win are the ones that can consistently have good comms with strangers, basically. And I know a lot of these guys aren't strangers; they've played together before in some capacity. But it's like whoever can sort of lead like IGL the cats better every single game, like back to back to back to back, is going to rise to the top, because it's such a team game, like especially still in squads. Like you can only do so much as a single player. So, and we saw it, like we were talking about earlier, Magical, we saw it work out for Tom Kick, when it was like last 3, and it's like, is Tom Kick's final 3 strategy going to come through here in the comms? And it does. Like, what do you know? They play it basically perfectly. And I think like that's the kind of stuff that we can't really see from our perspective here. That's gonna determine who comes out on top here.
All right. So I think we're getting our teams all moved around and figuring out where everyone is going to go so far. And I will say, while I love this format, the only thing that like are the detriment, like the between games is definitely one of them, where it's like trying to make sure you're getting the squads all swapped up. But then adding up the squads afterwards is definitely going to be another one of those ones of like waiting to find out who actually wins and which teams are actually taking the prize.
Yeah, because you kind of have like no idea right now unless you can see the scoreboard, like who's winning.
All right, so Reliq, going into this one, like how we've seen things so far, what are your big takeaways of the games thus far?
I feel like just because you have name value, it doesn't mean that you're going to get to the end game. I feel like we saw that immediately with Aiden and Clerney as a clear example. I actually think that it's quite similar to match point format in that way. You want to take out the duos that you feel will succeed. Very much playing off what Zik was saying, you want to be flexible and you want to synergize quickly with a squad. Not much time to talk about who's going to go on what or who's going to main what or who's going to be the IGL. And so when you look at those power players on the best rosters historically in SUPERVIVE, those are actually the teams that you want to go after first, rather than trying to build your way up through squads that, at least traditionally speaking, maybe you wouldn't fancy so much.
I was kind of taking a quick look at some of the teams and how they've kind of been laid out so far, and looking at Tom Kick's team, I gotta say though, well, yes, Tom Kick is always going to be that big name you were just talking about, but I was looking at some of the other players on that team. Shin has been someone that has really been standing out to me as of late when it comes to EU, and having that kind of player on a team with Tom Kick, who's playing more of that supportive style, actually makes me really excited to see how that squad is going to mesh.
Yeah, and that's actually a player that I'm not super familiar with, but I've been seeing more of them today. And I've seen Shin do, yeah, like a couple interesting things. Like, I love when you're playing Shiv, bro, and I wonder if their name came before or after they started playing Shiv, but if you play Shiv aggressively and you're connecting your shots effectively, she can do more than almost any other hunter in the game in a short-term DPS, like sort of dodge scenario, because every single shot is not only putting out massive damage but also resetting the shift. If you're connecting those consistently, bro, she has so much potential to just decimate health bars. And when you have someone that knows how to do that effectively, aggressively, but get out with the dagger at the same time and like live through that, put out that insanely oppressive offensive pressure but not put themselves in danger because they always have a dagger backward or a way out, like those are the best shivs. And it basically reminds me of Venomous, you know, in his kind of prime when he was playing a lot, like really before like Next Fest and everything. He's just the most aggressive Shiv out here, like by far, and he is always shifting forward. And the reason I kind of called it out is we saw Shin in that previous game literally shift forward into a squad of 4 just to snipe creep XP. Right? Like, that's the kind of stuff, like, that's the Shiv mindset, is like, I'm so good, my hunter is so strong that I can literally shift into a squad of 4, take their creep, and get out, because this is my hunter.
FateStrike's getting found out outside of End Shrine, tries to get away. The tornadoes do help give a little bit of elevation, but still a lot of damage had been put back on FateStrike's. Though, I will say, interesting to see FateStrike's on Zeph as well, instead of being on their classic pick, which is the Void. So seeing both of our like classics with Tom Kick and Kingpin, and then FateStrike's and Void going towards Zeph in a far more supportive style in preparation for trios.
I think for FateStrikes, that suits them a little bit better, actually, is the IGL of true combo. I think that honestly playing that support gives you a better vision of what your team is doing in front of them. And so it's that adaptation on the fly and being able to say within the first 2 minutes, okay, you're doing this wrong. Sounds harsh, yes, but if it leads to a better result, nobody's complaining.
Mm-hmm. And this has been a few games now in a row that Fate Strikes has opted away for the void, from the void, and has gone towards Zeph. So I like seeing that. And I did hear one thing from Gecko in chat that was an interesting call out is that both Atomics and Lancelot are on the same team. So only one team's going to have Jin, but we are here in the Shards of Fate where already OC15 taken down.
I wish they could both play
Brown.
Jin. That would be awesome.
I know, that'd be really funny.
Two Jins on
one
one
of these
team?
days we'll have that.
That's
Yep.
what that was my first thought. It's like that's gonna be a crazy team.
What's the
Yeah,
closest equivalent? Brawl Jin? Surely
Ooh,
not in this day and age.
dude. Yeah.
No, they can't.
Maybe
they-
two patches
no.
ago, but
Yeah, that's like I have to like when we get towards that team to actually cover over them. I'll have to see
Which color
which
is it?
one got Jin and what the other opted to go for, or if it'd be even funnier if neither of them went for Jin as like respect towards the other.
now that's the play. That's the play.
Gentleman's handshake. If we can't, if
Yeah.
if both of us can't play it, neither of us are playing it. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
But is that gonna help them win? Probably not. So one of them may hopefully pick Jin. We'll see. I don't know if we've panned to them yet. Oh, I see a Jin over here. Here we go.
There it is. Ah, okay. So Lancelot went to Shiv.
Okay.
That's another one that Lancelot I do know knows how to play very well. Jin has been like the classic Lancelot one, but Shiv was always that backup where I've even played against Lancelot a couple times where they were playing Shiv and are really disgusting with that hunter too.
Shiv, or I mean, Jin definitely. Both. I mean, both Jin and Shiv are very sort of oppressive to play against if you're up against a good one, and they have similar kits in what they're trying to do. Shiv is a little more upfront about it, a little more team fighty, but in the end, it's like they're both looking for a little bit of that like isolated 1v1, just put out huge damage combo very quickly, get their resets, and either continue in, or with Jin, it's more like get in, get the kill, get out, and then find the next one. With Shiv, it's like continue on. Like after that first kill, you heal, shift resets, like acquire next target, shift forward again, keep tempo up. And I think that's why we see a little more Shiv than we do Jin in team play, but they definitely play similarly, so it makes a lot of sense.
This is actually a massive pickup for this team, by the way, picking up the nuke in the end. It was a little poke, a little bit of scouting and vision from Akalinks, but to have that deep dive of the Jinx and to have a nuke as cover to help the Jin escape potentially, well, maybe we'll see it in action here.
Mech looking for the pull, looking for the back line, kind of waiting it out. Lands it, pulled in, looking for the damage on Akalinks, who separates from the rest of Lime, and then spike before reaching the ring. So close, but no dice. And now Lingo, Greninja are going to be the ones that have to hold up strong for Lime
my
in order to
gosh.
keep them in this game. But that
They're all
bombing
coming.
run, yeah, that was not looking good. And like you were talking about, Zick, we see how the circle is. It is pushing a lot of teams down south, and the train for Baroof not looking too good. Has to spin dash away, but Teal are in hot pursuit to take down Baroof, while Force have pushed from the top, and they're looking to see if they can throw their hat into the rings up against Teal, who dodge away for a moment. But Aiden spin dashing forward, trying to get the spikes onto anybody, but you gotta be careful of Mech on the other side, who is looking for that pull. But teams decide to fall back instead.
We had every shade of green there. Let's go.
Yeah, as we go down and see another fight. Brown team struggling, and we have our first eliminated team. Magenta are going to be the first ones taken out, while Brown down to Cookies and Swansea. Both of them have separated. Cookies trying to go up north, but going to be difficult. We already know how many teams are starting to path south from that exact position.
Yeah, but we've seen Brown kind of on a poverty run like most of the game. There's about to be carnage over here, though. South or left side of Scavenger Bay. Lime trying to find this angle south, taking some storm damage, just kind of eating it, knowing there's two squads up here. They want to try to find the south angle, maybe look for that third party, or just kind of recover. So it looks like Periwinkle is going to peel off of that fight, just be sitting on their fire. They're actually going to be looking for Lime here, so they're coming around. Ooh.
I will say this is the game where I don't think we have a single Bebo in this lobby.
Oh,
and
that's crazy.
That's despite having a player like Orlando's who likes to play that a lot as well. Not going for it. And this is the circle you need a Bebo. We already saw how this is. That's a lot of Abyss that we are already playing over. So not having that way to get back into the game is going to be difficult. Blink almost was able to find a nice angle onto Lime, but Lime was able to get back towards land while Little Meat tries to dash in, looks for the pull, and drags him far away from home, but he was able to get onto the ground rails barely to survive in the bombing run, separating the fight, giving them time for Lime to get away from the fight of Periwinkle, deal with only Mr. Fluffy Fish from Pink.
Look, I understand they call for Bebo, but of course you don't know what the ring's going to look like until you get
True.
in. More to the point, Bebo, I would argue, the hunter that you need to be communicating with your team for. You need to understand the setup plays. And speaking of, we've got another team under duress here as Cookie's the last to get out for the Brown squad. But look at this. Look at the Lilac Lovelies here going after the Minty Maniacs. Mecky Mech missed the cue, unfortunate, and gets out of there now with that glide away.
I like that, Reliq. I like that a lot.
That's so good.
Right
It's
now,
back to the show match vibes, really, with those guys.
I was like, we were struggling so much earlier trying to figure out like what to call each of the colors because I'm like, I don't know colors that well. So like just coming up with the ones that I can think of right off the top of my head, and that's why this one, the Minty Maniacs, as you dubbed them, were just teal in my mind because that's all I could think of.
All right.
Totally not ripping off from Marble League in any way.
Nah. Ooh.
There's the Shin aggressive Shiv, bro. Ships it in. Huge ultimate damage. And they get Aiden down, so
Orange
Purple gonna follow
behind
up.
them. Wait a minute, because right now Force are struggling. The Storm is pushing behind them, and they got the Corrupted Zone and a bombing run that they had to run through. They realized they couldn't go towards the machine where Orange were, and Orlando's pushing forward, but realizing that Purple have already won the battle. Orange were too late to join in, so Purple reaped all of the benefits.
Yeah, Shin just going off there on the Shiv. Really clean. I mean, it's just like I was just saying, if you're connecting your shots, if you're continuing to push forward, it's like so much oppressive damage, especially when you get built up. If you have any sort of advantage, Cookies, disadvantage here, opposite of advantage, holding on to a dream.
Gonna get away, summon Napalm, dodging away from a lot, getting some damage, but 50 seconds remain on the clock that you gotta survive, dodging away from one more, but another team to chase down Cookies, and no more are they taken down again, gobbled up, while Pink continue to push, look for Lime, but Lime will second wind and get the bombing run to help separate another fight.
Lime just finding the perfect position there. Get an easy kill for squad wipe as Ghost just runs right into their arms. And they are out kind of scot-free here. Looking pretty decent on like a power or equipment kind of levels front. As we kind of take a look around the map here, we see Periwinkle on a couple Pink Evolves. Coming up to Red. Getting into some action with Purple and Orange up here. Everyone looking like pretty similar on like the blue-purple evolves, couple pinks here and there. Red with Damage Soul pushing into Purple. They get Tom kicked down north of the fire. Adamark looking right, finds Arcane, goes through the bombing run. Going to be isolated over there though, kind of split out from his team here. Might get a little rough for Adamark.
I don't know, he's actually winning the 1v2 duel and had gotten so much damage onto Shin, and now joined in by the rest of Red, who chase off the stragglers from Purple. Arcane mantles to survive and double dashes to get back towards Shin, but still the hunt is there. Red team pushing forward. Neat Rewinder is online for Shin, but the pull to land and a dunk for Theo takes down Tom Kick, who just got back on his feet, but they are able to turn it back onto Adamark as well. Shin had to get back to heal. Arcane's gone. Deathbreak was a little bit too late, and they've already got the revive onto Adamark. Well, the push back and the anti-mobility field. Deathbreak cannot get away, and it has so much damage. While Arcane is revived by Shin in the meantime. Orange now look to see if they can join in from a couple different angles. Numa has been able to hide out around with the machine and the lasers. Crown has been picked up by Shen, but with the Vortex Charm landing, they've taken down the one hope Purple might have had back in this fight.
Dude, that's the double-bladed sword of Shiv or a champion like that. Like you play super aggro. Like Shin was doing so much work in that fight. Kind of like the whole time, actually has to rewind his fusillade, like takes so much damage in the second fusillade, has to rewind it, puts him in a spot where he looks for a re-entry and ends up getting caught with the crown here. So the crown kind of gets reversed on him. Red gets everyone back. Now Purple really on the back foot, just Deathbreak left over here.
Feels bad for Arcane. They had a two-way tunnel there. I'm guessing it was on the larger side of the cooldown, and so they couldn't necessarily use it. Going after the Bubba's brain here. The Guardian has disappeared and has teleported over the other side of the map, I think. So I think nobody benefiting there. If we can't have it, nobody will, I guess, the theory behind that.
Wait, do you see where it goes? Is it in visual?
It went like northwest, like way northwest, and then just disappeared, glitched out.
GG.
It just like, all right, fine. You guys want me to go into the abyss? I'm done. I'm out of here. Good day, sirs. I'm going home.
He's gone to get the milk, and he's not coming back.
As Red find Ash on the other side, Orange have already gotten themselves a crown, but it's just Numa and Baroof who remain. And Baroof already getting spotted out and slammed down, takes the fan, and spin dashing. Defrag might be able to save the team, looks for the knock, gets back Purple, finding the crown at the perfect moment with a nuke sent out by Periwinkle. Force have to push back into them, but it's just Matrix and Little Meep, and with Aiden already looking for the flank, Numa on the other side, Red starting to push in from the north, and look at South, it's gonna be Purple with a pull from Little Meep, but not taking down Aiden in time. Instead, it's going to be Blink to fall. Orange now getting pushed back in with Red getting thrown all around. Then Purple trying to engage. Fuselage getting damaged and a broken shield. Blast off, not connecting. Second one to push back, but a second one reciprocated onto Innovation, but he's still alive. Force is now taking the spot that was once held as they were able to remove the red team. Numa still holding on strong for Orange. Hanging out on the other side. Two-way tunnel to drag back in Orange and then eliminate another squad.
Dude, so I missed the actual kill because I didn't see the other antenna. What a crazy sequence. It continues here as Pink able to find another crown kill. So just super rapidly losing two squads there off the back of a couple very close team fights. And it's continuing on as Green push into Purple. Shin doing so much work on this Shiv, bro. The damage is crazy.
Did you see that in the back line? Takes out the back line threats and supports while they look to make sure this Oath cannot resurrect. But Dracos gets back in with a slam on a death correct. So they do save the lives of the Forge. The Chlorine is now going to be the last one. Myth against Shiv. Shiv is looking for the angle. They got the revive though, and Shin's too late. Hoping that the cooldowns might give him time, but they've healed him and spiked Purple.
Dude, what a crazy battle. Tragic ending there for Shin and Purple after some really well fought fights, like back to back to back, pretty much non-stop up in this northern area. Continues here, green on green.
There's no relief for anybody as Clarny does fall. Force have taken a lot of the pressure. They have withstood so much, and they look for one more revive with Aiden creating distance. Pink, the flank onto Live. No second wind to connect onto anybody, but a change to make sure it's interrupted, and already losing out at two. Brawl barely alive, chilling finale. Not helping out as a nice punt back onto Akka Lynx. Lime will be down to only one remaining member, and Aiden is hunting down that Brawl. There's not very much territory for you to try to go back to try to survive. Pink already hold the South, and it looks like it's not going to look too good for Lime.
Yeah, that's a tough ask here, bro. Like, literally nowhere to go, no crown to play for. I mean, he's got to make his way over here for both crowns. They're on the shop, like, probably doesn't even have the cash for it.
Yeah. There it is. Finally, only so much you can utilize the feathering techniques, try to get over the abyss before eventually you have to glide. And now we are down to two.
This has worked out so perfectly for Pink, isn't it? Just so perfect. They honestly, the only way this could be better is if those turrets were actually mannable.
True. Yeah, this is a great position.
That would be kind of funny,
dude.
actually.
Can that be a change? I need that now. It sounds so good.
Just only here though. They that's the only place. So you'll very rarely ever see them used, but you'll have scenarios like this where it could be useful. The only thing for Pink that is going to be the struggle is the fact that Forest, they have gotten so much loot from all the fighting they had done previously, and they've been able to heal up from all of it. They've gotten time. They've gotten themselves in a great position. Well, yes, some of the armor is dented. It's not the healthiest. It's still enough for them to look for this fight up against the Pink squad as Fate Strikes get spotted out. They've broken the shield of Oath, but Fate Strikes was solo, and the pull to land, but then the fan to take him back in, but they pushed him into the storm. Pink have turned it around while Aiden tries to
Dracos is on the other side. A crown picked up by Mr. Fluffy Fish. So Pink Squad are still alive, and a boombox has been picked up by Dracos.
I actually didn't see what happened. Reliq, help me out.
That is the craziest example of failing upwards I've ever seen in my life. How Fate gets away with this, and then his team rescues him after recovering off a fan. Nuke coming in forces his pink team to split, quite literally, but most crucially, Magical Fluffy Fish with that most wanted. I'm pretty sure they won't see the complete 90 seconds out, but it just takes that one kill.
And they already have the damage onto the other side as they're trying to say they can get rid of the Kingpin, but he's dashed back.
Ooh.
They've got the blast in from fire. Aiden will be able to find some land, but Fluffy
Wow.
Fish, the
Nice.
battle, it's going Fluffy Fish's way, but Dracos has found another flank angle and is going to scare off some of the members of Pink, but they're more focused on Aiden. They wanted to get the timer reduced for Mr. Fluffy Fish. 50 seconds remain on the clock. Dracos now, by themselves, with the boombox and with the cluster nukes, is going to fight up, and they're going to dance for a little bit of time, but he's hoping to find the pull, did not land, and his fire pushes him back to the storm, slams down, and looks for the slug wave, but not enough damage. And where can you go, Dracos? There's nowhere out. Pink, take the game.
Dude, so I was trying to catch everything, and I was watching Fate Strikes like kind of dance on that ledge, and then all of a sudden they ship it in with the fan, and then 2 members of green are dead. Like, it happened so fast that I actually didn't see like kind of what happened.
So I can tell you what happened. Fate Strikes was kind of hovering around that fan and then accidentally got blasted in. The team wasn't ready to capitalize on that, obviously, because they weren't expecting their Zeph to be so far like into the enemy. And then they too, the Pink, as they moved over, got blasted in by the fan, which was perfect because then they were able to rescue Fate Strikes, have this great knockback from Oath to knock 3 members of the green squad into the storm. So they're able to win. As Reliq so eloquently put it,
Failing
they failed upwards
I
in
like
the
that.
best way.
That's a good call out. Also, if there's anything else to take from that, fans are BIS. Use fans at any opportunity you can. They're always good.
It's why I love this rework of Scavenger Bay. You just have these small... I mean, honestly, the way that the ring trended, you would have sworn that this was the Gnarled Heart game. Because if you can bring that ring out towards these platforms, you've got so much abyss to play. And then running a Kingpin as well. I mean, this is prime Kingpin play territory. Alternatively, if you do want to go for that full send, like lick the stamp, throw it in the post box, and hope that it reaches its destination, you can do that as well with the fan. But it's a great credit to the Pink team that despite Fate Strikes finding themselves in a whole heap of trouble, they were able to utilize the thing that put their team in trouble to their own benefit. 1v1 it on an individual basis, pick up a most wanted as well for extra security clearance. Just beautifully played.
All right, so there goes game 2. We got 2 more remaining, and I gotta say, it's hard to really look at the teams and think which team has like the lead going in for any of these squads, right? Because I feel like we've had already in these 2 games, pretty much anyone can win, right? And that's what you hope for with any tournament, that it's like up in the air, everyone's really close, but like it truly has been that way. Because what was that? In the span of less than a minute, we had 4 teams eliminated, like back to back to back to back, where that was from 8 down to 4 that quickly.
Yeah,
it was 50 Shades of Green, but nobody was dominating.
That's funny. I need super quick bio, boys. I'll be right back.
No worries.
I need to get some. I might have to get some water in a sec because I am getting thirsty. I drank
Yeah,
my whole.
hydrate.
Well, I had my water bottle. I just finished it. So I'm going to, while they get this set up, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back too.
No worries. Guess I'm holding down the fort, folks. Guess I'm holding down the fort. But I mean, going back to just lack of Bebo. I see Cask talking about I've had 2 rough games not playing Bebo. If there's anything that the SUPERVIVE Illuminati have taught us, it's that a great Bebo works in tandem with the team. And to make those calls, you've got to have a lot of trust and understanding as to what those players are actually going to be like the shot calls themselves and how you initiate team fights. You want that Bebo bomb at the forefront of that, so it makes sense to very much focus on your comfort picks and what you can do as an individual. I mean, goodness, we were seeing right there at the end some wonderful individual plays from the likes of Dracos and Fire. And yeah, I definitely, Clerney, if you're listening, I definitely see that. I think that the more visceral reactions have been from the EU side. And I would say that although there are definitely both sides of the argument on both sides of the Atlantic, or the Pacific, definitely the Atlantic. Like there are people who like trios in EU. There are a lot of people who hate trios in EU. I think it's the opposite in NA. I think the majority of NA like trios, or they like the concept of it, and they're excited about it. But it's not to say that there aren't people who won't like the trios change in North America. I feel like, at the very least, what we've got to do, and understand, it's understandable that not everybody will be so gracious with their faith. It's been a long development road, and we're seeing such a hard right turn. Not at the 11th hour, but it's definitely like 5 p.m., 6 p.m. It's heading towards the evening. So I can understand why there are people who are skeptical. But here's the thing, the change is being made. I think it speaks volumes that they're not even taking no for an answer. There is no debate. Trios is happening, which I feel like the last time that we saw something implemented like that, it was Resurgence. And even then there was like we'll see how the first weekend goes, and then maybe we'll leave it on over Christmas. So even with that, there was sort of like if there's a real like hatred towards it, then yeah, we won't turn it off. And as it turns out, all of the vets hated it, but all of the new players actually really appreciated it. And now it feels weird to think about SUPERVIVE without Resurgence. And I think that from the new player experience, that's what they're going to feel seeing SUPERVIVE potentially for the first time ever when it does launch. They'll see SUPERVIVE as a trios game, and they'll hear about these distant myths and legends of once upon a time it was 4-player games, and they'll say that's silly. Why would they ever have 4-player squads? That's stupid. Like, so yeah, it's I can understand the skepticism, but give these people time to cook and balance the game properly once trios does hit. I know that's saying a lot, given that like we have been developing a long time here, but
and I think
have faith that they'll land it.
I completely agree with that, bro. And I think something that I think was a mistake, and it's really hard to say, hindsight 2020, but duos queue itself was an afterthought. This was something they and it's like they implemented it because it tested better for new player engagement. So originally, and they never did anything to tell new players that squads is the premier mode. So the entire time the game has existed so far, if you're a new player, if you load into SUPERVIVE, there's no required tutorial, there's no required experience to before you can queue ranked, and the default mode that it starts you on is duos. So as a new player, you don't even know that squads is the premier mode. And that is a huge problem that I've communicated many times that is still unchanged. But I think just at the very simplest level, bro, moving the queues into a single queue, just pushing squads down and duos up into a single trios queue is just going to be so healthy for the new player experience, because not only are you going to have more players in the same kind of lobby, so it's like, bigger pools for like closer skill, kind of disparity in matchups. It's like I don't know, dude. I really think that it's going to be, for where we're at in the game right now, it's going to be very healthy. And I think it doesn't remove the a possibility that squads gets re-implemented at some healthier game state in the future, because I do think, you know, with a big enough player base, there would be room for, you know, 4-player squads to return. But just with where everything's right now, with the new player experience, with how the queues are, like, there's just, on top of all the like actual stuff we're talking about, you know, with trios, like having more impact, like all these kind of things, like there's just a lot of reasons kind of stacked for them to do it. And I think, to your point, Reliq, that's kind of why we saw it just like shipped through. And that was why, like, I literally woke up Thursday morning like in a cold sweat, bro. I'm not even lying. Like, I didn't even know it was anything was happening, and I checked Discord and I was like, wait, what? And I was really caught off guard by that. And my initial reaction was not good. I'm not gonna lie.
You know, I know you're back, Magical. I think I must have been one of the first people to know, because they, of course, with Abyssal Cup originally slated for the weekend after Trios was hitting.
Oh,
like they felt it was a good idea to let me know, and so I'm like, aha. Yeah, it's a good idea to let me know. But actually, as much as I could potentially see squads reintroduced at some point, I think now we're at trios, I don't see us changing the primary squad numbers ever again. I think trios is it.
Locked in.
Yeah, I think that squad mode will be a fun nod to the past. In fact, you could probably just call it Loki mode, chaos mode, and that's a nice callback to the beta and everything.
I think it'll be like what you're talking about before, Reliq, kind of bringing the point, like where you're talking about Rocket League, where there is the more than just the 3v3 for Rocket League, but that's more like a fun mode that like you can play occasionally. I think that's
with friends. If you have more than 2 friends, you can play that mode.
So I think that's kind of like what will happen with like squads in the future. I think like I know I'm a big squads person, just coming from League of Legends, coming from more of that kind of style. But from how a lot of people who are more like in tune with battle royales too, I've heard a lot of excitement from a lot of players when it comes to trios. A lot of players think that this is the way forward, and that this is the best possible way, because not only does it lean more into the a little bit more into the free-for-all style, but also it makes it so that you'll have more fun moments at every stage of the game, because early game, you are going to be more punished for losing someone, right? It's going to be 33% of your team when someone gets knocked and killed, as opposed to 25%. Yes, it's still losing that same one person, but it's more impactful because now you're only down to 2, and with so many other players surrounding you, you can easily get taken down by any other squad. So it will create quite more interesting matches.
No different from Apex. Just gonna put it out there. Apex has been trios since launch, and I say it seems to be doing all right. I realize that Apex is in a bit of a weird place right now from an outside perspective looking in, but I mean, it's not about the 1vx for me. I know that Theorycraft liked the 1vx value, Zik, and I know that you know this as well, but it's just, you feel like you can have a better chance as a 1v3 as opposed to, oh, I don't know, a 1v4, which is, you're never going to win that.
Right. Yeah, it's like you really, in the 1v4 in this game, like you have to get lucky. They have to make a mistake to pull it off. Like it's like in the, you know, in the 1v3, it's much more possible to be able to succeed, you know, because of your crazy outplay without them making a mistake. But in the 1v4, you need one person to mess up to pull it off. It's like almost, like you say, almost impossible to pull off if the enemy is playing correctly. But I don't know, man. I think like it's gonna be really interesting to see how it ends up playing out, like how it kind of shifts, even from like an observer perspective, you know? Like, are we gonna see more action? Are we gonna see less action? Are we gonna see, you know, more kind of aggression? Are we gonna see more Jins like this? Like, are we gonna see more of these hunters like Jin, Shiv, that we see a lot in solo queue, Brawl, you know, that are really good at running people down? Because, you know, not only do you have one less player to fight, you have one less player to peel and run. And if a fight's looking sideways, you know, you have one player go down, you literally only have 2 players to peel at that point. And so, like, you know, your impact is higher, yes, but the consequences are higher. So again, there's more kind of onus on like your own individual play and performance. And I think at a competitive level, that's good, because like what you were saying, Reliq, it's like this game mode, bro, squads was designed to be really fun to play with friends. Like that was like the mission, you know, of Theorycraft is 10,000 hour game, you know, that's funner to play with friends, more fun to play with friends. And I think they very much succeeded in that here, but maybe it got, you know, the chaos got a little out of hand when you get to like this kind of high level of play, right?
An enemy oracle is scanning.
I was gonna let Reliq respawn.
Oh no, I was. Sorry, I realized that the game's going on, and I'm like, man, we should really lock in. First, Bebo
I like
sighting.
story time.
After
Yeah, I was
saying that, I mean, Cask was in the lobby, literally like, man, I've played 2 games not on Bebo, and I've lost both of them.
Yep.
Feels like they're trying to change that narrative now. Good to see someone being bold enough to go for a
We have
Bebo,
two-
but
yeah,
a
two Bebos.
Saros as well in this lobby from Kuba.
Yeah, we saw a lot more earlier. We saw more of the Saros earlier when we were in the qualifiers. A lot of that has fallen off, and it's actually funny because we were talking about this earlier. We saw a lot less Krista at the beginning, but as it's been going further, we've been seeing more and more Krista play.
Krista Saros on one
players.
team here. Let's go.
So yeah, it would only be better if they had a Bebo on there too. So you have like just across the board, you know,
Just
the new
representing.
hunters.
I was gonna say with our brand new support dropping in literally what was it like
It's like
just
10
over a
days.
week's
Yeah,
time,
yeah.
there is a conceivable scenario where a team, well, actually, we moved to trios. So even without the new support, there is a conceivable composition where it is all non-base game hunters forming a comp.
That would be sick, and I think that's going to be one of the coolest, like, most exciting things with trios, especially early on, is it's going to be, you know, if you feel like you kind of came to SUPERVIVE late, or you haven't been playing as long as other people that have really kind of mastered the squads and the meta, like, it is going to be a total meta shift where everything is going to be completely up in the air. If you're wanting to be kind of on the front end of figuring stuff out, like knowing what's good, like, it's going to be like a basically completely fresh opportunity, you know, to do that with the trios transition, because everything we know kind of about what works in squads is going to be different.
We see a lot of fighting over in our frozen terrain, and the brown team almost getting split up, but they're able to thwart the initial engage coming in from Lancelot and Teal, while Lancelot is trying to beat out Kuba, does do so. The Saros taken down by Jin. Clarny haven't shown up, the Forest squad scaring off Teal, so they'll disengage, but Brown unable to do so. Even with an emergency platform, it is dicey to get out of that one, because Matrix, you know the revive's going on at that beacon, and you can't go north. So instead, starting to path south, and you look at where you can go, there isn't much that you can go for. No beacons to find. And we got to stay over in Dawn Caps as we have the push back onto Magenta. They are going to nearly have the engage from Numa, but wasn't able to find the swap properly into the back line of Magenta. Instead, it's going to be Ash trying to get deep behind enemy lines. Numa now throwing themselves. Same with Manian, but Manian pushed away, unable to find the knock onto
Sid.
anybody. And that deplorable fan helping out while Sid tried to get away, but it's going to still be the heal back up. Numa surviving. B-Bomb just falling short, and Teal, who had just respawned, now find themselves back in the ring. The pull to land at max range with a slam down, and the Force squad now running for the hills.
Max range pull is so... One thing I hope to continue seeing is Kingpin. He's like my favorite hunter to watch in competitive play. He just can do so many things, and seeing the downtown hooks come through is just like so good. And some of these players have gotten so good at Kingpin, dude, that some of the hook plays we see are just disgusting.
As unfortunately Theo taken out over the abyss there. Our first squad to fall.
Actually, everyone making it so deep. Look at this. Like, actually, like 10 squads left right here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, that Bebo's about to pop off here with the ice.
Yeah, it has a lot of abilities. That's kind of what I like about Bebo, is when you have a lot of abyss to play with like this, it gives you all that opportunity. If you're able to find a crown too, that you can just go over the abyss, use that emergency zeep to start throwing that out. And you can already see the pathing there. Sees the crown in the corrupted zone. Will opt to take a little bit of that damage and then go over to the abyss. Wow, the Blinkstone Bebo tech barely missed, but it doesn't matter because they already got the knock onto OC-15 with Matrix separated and taken down. So now down to only Kuba. Saros has to really show up as that new hunter to keep the brown team's hopes alive.
He's really hard to play in the final as the final hunter IMO. He's like really good with the team around him, but if your shift is down, like if you don't have that second shift to punch someone off you like into a wall or something, you basically have no tools. And I think we will start seeing more Saros when they fix his portal, because it's actually so frustrating to throw a portal and not be able to walk through it when you need to. And that happens about half the time right now. And same thing with shots. So I think once that gets corrected, we probably will see a little more Saros out here.
Shrike sitting on the other side of the bar saying first time.
Poor Shrike. Poor Shrike.
Yeah, no Shrike out here today, unfortunately.
Warning.
And no Pine. So, I mean, unless we have Pine, you're never going to see a Shrike, really.
Later tonight.
Oracle is scanning.
We will later, and that's a 50-50 whether or not Shrike's actually going to play it or not, because been going much more towards Zeph, especially in some competitive games. But that Bebo tech with a chilling finale
Wait.
to find the root, but a nice chilling finale
The wall.
to
It's like,
deny
what just
that.
happened?
So, it was a chilling finale from Akalinks that
Well,
completely
the wall
denied that.
stopped the cart first, right?
Mhm, exactly. So Magenta unable to actually get the knocks, but we see that it is going to be a skate tech for Akalinks, so you can utilize that dash to get your own emergency platforms, essentially same as Cask over here, but
The chase is on.
it is the chase. Which is going to be the faster cooldown? The Bebo Zeeps come up a lot faster than Skate does.
The final
Action
is
breaking out on the
over.
left side. We have 4 teams clashing. Maybe Teal in the roughest look right in the middle of everything. As Red comes down from the top and Purple comes up from the north, just crushing into Red. Adamark down. Looks like the rest of Red going to be able to kind of recover, hold this high ground for now. Ooh, and
I'm
a
looking at
reverse.
where they can go. There is that respawn beacon that Lancelot is on right now, but these deployable fans have already been put down, and it looks like it's going to be that instant recall to try to get back with the team. So, yep, they got Lingo having TP'd all the way up north onto the respawn beacon. And they'll have to defend that, as we know Red Team are probably going to try to push into that. Meep almost landing that. And
Ooh, that would have been
that delicate
huge.
disguise with the Fate Rewinder as well. That's going to be a devastating combo. Same with Tom Kick playing Kingpin this time around with Blinkstone.
Yeah, and so Magenta able to get that crown through. Now the 2v2 on the ice over Abyss has turned into a 4v2. Green doesn't want it anymore because they have a minute and 30 left on their crown. Took them a lot longer to get it, but Bishop goes for the entry, almost gets...
Oh, too early on that one for Manayan. Needed the rest of the squad to be on that same wavelength, and Akalinks, Greninja able to thwart that for now, but there are other squads to deal with. We see down south that there's this long play, the slow burn from Orange as they are pushing up, and they know Akalinks is over here. It's only a matter of time before they pull the trigger.
Yeah, all of a sudden in a bit of a rough spot here. They do have Celeste Ice, so they're going to basically play north if anything goes south here, but 20 seconds left. Yeah, Orlando's is going.
No. Oh.
Finds the wall, though.
Actually, I like no. That was smart from Orlando's. It was going to be the Blinkstone tech
threatening it
over the
off.
wall, but they had already noticed the disengage. Why burn the cooldown of Blinkstone? Let them go at that point. Tonk will be up quickly enough, but Akalinks, only a few seconds remaining. Sid was not able to find the dunk. So Akalinks should be able to get the team back up, but it's going to be a second remaining, and they're over Abyss. Well, we see Lancelot finding the team back up. Red unable to get back to land. It is not looking good for them as they are sinking. Well, the crown did pop for Lime, but only Fire remains. Everyone else is already gone so quickly as Orange pushed back Lime towards Magenta, and Fire tries to disengage with one more blast from their grenade, but this is not looking good, even though
what?
Fire does find the snipe onto Sid.
Fire alive, and actually no one's over here. Orange went south, so somehow Lime's still in it. Fire living off of, where he definitely shouldn't have there.
Triple.
Oh, I missed it. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, the triple
Orlando's.
there.
That's the orange team going after red. So clearly smelling blood in the water, and I fear for the pink team here going into the storm, finds their way. Is there a cranny there? Surely not the stuff. What is going on with Fluffy Fish?
He found that like one little bit of land, and then it was the Pokeball thrown at them that kind of got them stunned and knocked off of that land. And so they unfortunately unable to hold on strong. But we go here. Orlando's with the Tonk crash on a Fire. A chilling finale does help out delay for Lime.
having gotten back up, but again, they're back over the abyss, and Sid this time wants revenge, wants to find them out, but once more, for Lime will survive.
That's so unfortunate. They got all 4 team members back off Deathbox revives, and they still can't catch a break.
Never can they, and neither can Little Meep right here. Delicate Disguise and the Fate Rewinder, but you have 1:30 with a crown that you're wearing, and everyone knows your location. Blasting over towards Sid as we finally have our Lime. Their 9 lives that they had in this one finally cut short, and we have one more squad that only has 1 remaining with the crown.
Yeah, there was so much happening there, boys. I was just doing my best to try to find it all, and I didn't do good, so I'm sorry.
It's A-okay.
No apologies,
That's
it's all
Super
good.
5 for you. That's Super 5 for you. Sometimes the action's happening everywhere.
Yeah, and like, yeah, it is like, it's also, everything's harder than it looks on the surface. Observing's definitely harder than it looks like. You're like, oh, you just kind of watch what's going on. There is like a lot to try to keep track of to make sure you captured all. Little Meep. Kind of a nice spot here, actually.
It'll be a blessed day when we get more than one spectate spot
Yeah,
before this game. I'll say that much.
true.
Yes.
We got the
Yes,
goat
it will
coming
be.
in tonight, don't we?
Main jam, yeah.
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 Nice.
Yep. Little Meep looking for the pull with the Fate Rewinder, but a nice bright shield. It was very well done by Aiden. Kind of sensing that immediately. Perfect timing on the call, but that has given the position away of Little Meep having already used that Fate Rewinder. So Little Meep disengaging pretty quickly, but they've noticed the crown orange see it and looked for Kingpin, who's forced back towards the rings. But if you play for the ring tech, you might have been able to survive a little bit longer, but nobody was able to land anything. And somehow Little Meep in the middle of 4 squads here, surrounded on every single side.
it.
But even with the pull, the team's back up, and that might have just given the engage to Pink as they try to fight against Orange. But it's already going to be Fate Sight taken down with the Abyssal Breaker, separating the fight. Purple pushing back into Orange. Orange not landing the pull, instead try to see if they can turn back towards where Pink are in the Forge, surviving the best they can, but it's going to be the pull back in onto Orlando's, taking a lot of damage, and they try to blink back in, and now it's Lancelot. Having said it is our time to strike, but not realizing that the Force had already pushed on the deal on the other side, so Orange healing up the best they can, while Purple waiting to see if they can engage with Little Meep again on another crown, and Lancelot, the last one that is separated here from Teal. Teal completely on the other side from this gen.
Kind of a crazy sequence there, and we see like the oath value coming through so huge. So many Kingpin grabs getting barely blocked by the Bright Shield here. Oh, big dunk coming through from Tong Kick, back on the Kingpin, baby. Let's go. Fate Rewinder, Blinkstone for himself here.
Oh, the pull from Little Meep onto Lancelot, and guess who's back in? Peak Squad once again from Little Meep finding another crown play. They gotta be so cautious on how they play this one. Magenta have been slowly encroaching the Bebo tech, giving them a position, while Orange getting pulled back in again from Little Meep on the other side, while Force getting damage onto Purple, but still we see Orange unable and unwilling to leave their base camp. They don't want to push up too far. It's a B-bomb, and then the Blinkstone tech onto Arcane from Orlando's. Wall Force now push, look for Orange, but Orange already fully back in. Abyssal Breaker, Fusillade, they got the damage. Force ripped apart, and the dash back in. Clardy down to the count, and only one will remain for Force as they now find themselves skating away. But Magenta, they now crash in the party. Look for anything, but Cask is gone. Sid is gone. Magenta down to one remaining member. The pull in again, this time
Orange
on the
going
face strikes
crazy.
as they take down another member of Pink, with Cask somehow getting resurrected, then taken down immediately afterwards, and then Clardy finally losing. Getting taken down for Forrest.
Dude, that Orange just going turbo there. Such multiple well-fought battles back to back to back. Getting that squad wiped through, holding their position now on 15 with the Armor Soul. Get the grab through, almost another pick there. But you cannot take this Pink team out, bro. They're still in this somehow, like 4th crown here.
And a lot of that, like, even though it's Mr. Fluffy Fish having the crown this time around, and we see
Finally, another team gone. Magenta are out of there, but I'm keeping my eyes on Little Meep on this Kingpin while the Tonk from
Dude.
Orlando's found fall from grace, but wasn't able to get the knock. They still survive, and still Purple have disengaged, got a good position, almost finding the pull down. I was looking at Tom Kick, waiting for it, but we see that Blink is gone, so another member is down. Fluffy Fish was able to reduce the timer down to 45 seconds. Orange are pushed in a bad spot, and the dunk from Little Meep destroys the Orange squad. Only Orlando's remains, and Pink back again, their 4th crown play in this very game.
Oh, guys,
Dude.
you had incredible placement. You had to get around that rock just to get into the ring. Yes, you were split, but you've got to commit to the bit. Now going for a drive into the score. That's surely going to be not an insta-kill. Unbelievable.
He went for the favorite winder too. Got the damage and almost was able to get by the no one stops Little Meep except for maybe Tom Kick as he dashed in. Atomic then rips him apart. Blink is gone, but Little Meep just throws it right back at him. 1-for-1. Fall for grace. Aggressive. Tom Kick. The slam. But it's a 3v4. Making it 2v4. And with only one remaining, it's Tom Kick against the world. And
he used his Q too early.
But the pull saves the life of Blink. Tom Kick wearing the crown. 1:50 remains. Pokeball sent out. Look for the slam, but Blink denies it. And that is Pink winning the game.
Dude, Pink, Lil Meep MVP showing up absolutely massive that whole last half of the game, basically playing solo Kingpin with the disguised Fate Rewinder, doing it so well. We saw him live in the middle of 4 teams for his first crown. Fast forward 4 crown procs later, bro, they're able to beat Orange, who was just going on a rampage. They're able to shut down the Orange rampage and finish with a very well fought 4v4 against Red there, you know, basically countering that engage, getting the res through, and finding the win on that little island of theirs. But geez, what a crazy game. Lil Meep. Wow.
I mean, this was a game of kingpins in the end between Tom Kick, Little Meep, and listen, you can't just go angry, right? This is French Town. You got to go aggressif. But I feel like it should have lived up to the name a little bit more, because you've got your Bebo, you got VZ Orlando's and one other player on the other side of this precipice. You know that you've got to rotate into that circle at some point. You got 2 players in the middle of Pink and Purple. So just go for the full send on Purple. What's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to die? Well, you're going to die more feebly anyway if you just stand still. Do first, think later.
Yeah, I mean, and like, it was just like the tempo, it was interesting because Orange was playing such high tempo. We saw like back to back team fights with Orange there where they get a squad wipe, they fend off a couple engages, but then yeah, like a little tempo shift, they opt to not go for that aggressive play, and it, you know, maybe is what kind of bit him in the butt, because if they would have continued with that tempo, like you're saying, you know, looked for that all in, you know, when they had that little opening, yeah, that probably was going to be what it took, because without taking that, it just puts you in such a bad position, you know, trying to, like you're saying, like push, kind of split to find those ledges. But yeah, just like sometimes you just can't break the plot armor of the hero of the game. And Lil Meep, that game, our hero, bro, just had the cape on and putting on a show for us. Love it.
Like, honestly, Lil Meep in that game, I don't know what happened, but something pissed them off. And they were in that one so aggressive, and just so many times Pink should have lost this game. So many times, if Little Meep doesn't play each of those fights to the perfection that Little Meep played those, Pink is out at like 5th. Yet they win because 4 damn crowns get popped by Pink off of Little Meep's pulls.
Yeah. All I gotta say is GG.
And I mean, they had to clutch up in some rough spots. There was one crown proc where Fate Strikes was back for maybe 1 second before he just immediately died.
I've been there before many times. Just rezzed by my solo queuing Libras on my team, just get rezzed and then deleted a half second later.
I think we've all been there. I think we've all been there. Those are the ones where it's like, and the worst thing too for poor Fate Strikes is that didn't happen just once. I think it happened at least twice, like twice, maybe 3 times in that game. Where
And
Fate Strikes
sometimes
is like,
it's
I'm up, no, never
yeah,
mind.
and sometimes it's like 100% out of your control, where like a
Yeah.
crowd control is hitting literally as you res, right where you res, and so it's like you res, but you actually have no opportunity to move your character, and you're just gone
And I'm
again.
pretty sure that's what happened to Fate Strikes each time.
Does not feel good. Can confirm.
All right, so we got our last game. This is the final one before we tally up the points and figure out who is winning of the duos. And I mean, well, I want to give Lil Meep, like, after that game, like, all right, gotta look at Lil Meep as the one that's in the lead. You also have to keep in mind, the previous games going into this one, and Lil Meep had been eliminated fairly early on with Swazi. So I'm a little bit less certain on the fortunes of Lil Meep when it comes to the totals that will happen after we start getting through this game, unless Lil Meep is able to pop off again in this one.
Bro, there's no point in guessing who's at the top because it's not even like we have to consider the individual KP totals.
Yep.
From each of these players.
True.
So yeah, Little Meep got, what was it, 9 kills I think in the end there, which is great for him. But
Yep.
we've had 3 games prior to this where there's been a lot of KP racked up throughout. I say let's just sit back and enjoy the ride. Also, good luck on your hour-long nap before call
Yes.
time.
Yeah. Yeah, that's legitimately what's going to be happening. Once this game's done, I'm not waiting for the scores to be tallied. I'm going to go take a nap and then get ready for next cast.
It's gonna be like 30 minutes long, dude.
I may show up at 4:30. Well, so like half an hour late.
Okay, you are given permission.
Yay! That's the only reason I'm like,
You heard it here,
because
folks.
you already
He's
said
in the
that we
clear.
weren't going to be the first duo, so I'm like, I may just show up a little bit later.
As long as you turn up, that's the important
I will.
thing.
Definitely
I'll
will.
fill you in on what's
Wake me up.
happened.
If I showed up to this one, I will definitely show up to that one.
I want you at some point during production prep, so I can at least set up
Oh yeah. I'll make sure that.
the camera links and everything.
Yeah. I'll make sure that I'm there for that. That'll definitely show up for at
Crazy.
some point.
All right, here we got here. I like the look of Team 4. Ninja Akaling, Seiko's Crabs. I
5 looking
really
good.
like the look of Team 1.
Oh, Team 1
yeah.
looking terrifying, actually. What the hell?
7 as well looks good.
Yeah.
8 looks good.
Actually, yeah, a lot of good looking squads this time.
I'm curious with 5. I think Aiden, Clarny, Cask, and Sid is a really interesting combo.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
What's that going to be? Like Bebo, Jin, Oath,
Oath. And Zeph, probably.
Dealer's Choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bebo, Jin,
Cla-
Zeph. Oh my god, that's like the. What a comp.
It's the you poke at them with B-bombs, you try to survive with both the Zeph and the Oath, and then Jin takes them down if they get below 50.
There you go, GG. Drawn up by Coach Magical. Just execute
Yep.
it, boys. It's an easy dub.
Easy. Just rinse and repeat that game plan. If ever it doesn't work, run.
So that's why I can't hit Master.
Dude, what do you guys think about? I was gonna bring it up earlier, but with the going to trios and like singling the queue, they are gonna split out ranked and unranked. And
Thank
do you-
goodness.
Choose wisely.
yeah, but like I think that. Do you think that presents an opportunity to actually have resurgence on for unranked and off for ranked, like we basically
Correct.
see?
I think it would.
Yes,
honestly
level?
think it would.
you very much distinguish the casual experience from the competitive sweaty
Yeah.
experience.
I think so too.
That's gonna be healthy for the game. That right there, like those things together, like the unranked and ranked plus that, I think will do a lot of good.
I still think that Resurgence should be in ranked up until
a
Platinum.
certain rank, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah. I agree too. I think it's
Do you think it
One
teaches
of
bad
those-
habits though, to where once you get to plat, it's going to be harder to acclimate at that point to that change
No,
everyone
because-
above you's been playing on it?
No, because I think that the important thing is to give like if you go into ranked as some like bushy-eyed green recruit and you just get eliminated and you can't move up from bronze, you're going to feel bad. Whereas I think that the idea is to lift you up into an area where you're going to meet good players, but you're not going to meet the best players. You know, we're future proofing here. We are presuming that the game pops off, it has an incredible haha resurgence, and that everything's going to be fine. And so,
We're supervising,
yeah,
baby. It's what we do.
that's the way. That's the way.
Ivan.
Also, shout out to Cross Country Storm for our final
Yes,
storm
Let's
shift.
go.
I love
One of my
cross-country.
favorites.
Us too. We were talking about earlier. It's so fun.
Watch someone ruin it with Gnarled Heart at the end.
These
probably
guys
what
just
will
gonna
happen at
ruin
some
our
point.
fun.
I wouldn't be surprised if that happens at some point. Like we'll have to see, but we have had at least 2 gnarled hearts today, so
Yeah.
could happen. Though I will give a lot of respect to one of them. It was during bullet trains, and they put the gnarled heart next to the tracks, so
Which was going to happen anyway.
yeah. But
I mean, to be fair, it was balanced out by the Scavenger Bay final circle, which might as well have been a Gnarled Heart.
true.
How much do you guys know? Is it still 9K gnarled heart, or is it 13K? What's it at now? Do you
No,
guys
oh
remember?
god, it's like 12K, I want to say,
12K.
something in that region.
Keeps changing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So you have to either really save up, or like if you bought everything and you just have this huge amount of gold across the board, you just make it so that you can buy it.
Yeah, that's usually like when it seems like to me when teams play it. Like sometimes you'll see teams playing around it intentionally, like because of the storm shift or whatever. But it's usually like that extra, like you kind of have that tempo. You're ahead, you're bought up, you have your evolutions and everything, and yeah, you use that cash to really decide. And it's like if you're doing that, you want basically a full utility of stuff to play around, right? Like if you're locking in your final position, you want your fire there, you want like plenty of extra money to be able to buy, but you also want jump pads, you want full pots, you want vive brews, you want all the stuff you're gonna need to like have a sustained fight, kind of like ready to go. Some early violence potentially here between red and orange. Orange looking like they not wanting it though. Red kind of has the tempo here. Manayan able to barely pull out there, does live. And what was looking like, I mean, even levels, Orange just didn't want it, so they kind of back off. They hadn't bought yet, so that could have been the big determining factor. If we look at Red, they had bought, so that's basically probably why they're calling it off. Is any loss there is a big loss in tempo because you drop half your gold. Not good.
Well, not just that, but they got gold shielding. I
True.
mean, they don't want to throw away
True,
their
bro.
gold armor
That's
immediately.
even more of a good reason to not int.
Store is closing.
No,
Great
right
call
here, we
out
do
there.
see that Crabs having their gold armor definitely battered and bruised, but still holding a little bit strong. They're able to thwart Teal, and they're even chasing away. Look like they might have been able to find a little bit more, but again, kind of when you're early on, you already got the knock. You might as well regroup, try to see if you can get those level 6s, then look for other fights on better ground that you already have. While Brown, having heard that the respawn beacon was being chimed, they almost were going to peel down for that one, but they decided to wait a second to see who it is. They get the push back onto Kuba. The Kuba holding,
Nice
and with the
grab.
pull out of nowhere, but no dunk to land. No one from Teal will fall, having just gotten back up on their feet.
Yeah, Kazaro, nice shift out to the right there, able to dodge that slam, and so they're going to get away kind of scotch-free with that res. Good for them. Pretty even, like, levels, so I don't think Brown really wanted to push that too hard. We see Lime kind of working their way down as well. 2 golds on full blues already. Glider Gas Evolve on the Zeph. That's actually such a huge one. It's pretty rare. I don't know what the percentage is, but when I'm playing, I barely ever get that, and it feels so good when it comes through. Such a good evolve.
As Lime noticed that Brown's there, the pull almost was going to start off the fight on one side, but instead we're seeing them try to
Oh.
disengage it with a nice dunk
Lava
onto the
dunk.
lava, but the lava also burning the Kingpin at the same time. And the pull not connecting onto Shiv, so it will be the confirmed kill for Lime, while Brown separate in 2 directions. 2 go north, 1 going south. Matrix very low. The early storm not going to hurt them too much, but we see that Kuba is going to be able to get out of this one fairly easily with aggressive. So they could, I'm looking at where they could possibly go from here. Now, aren't the best positioned when you look at the respawn beacons. They can go towards Ion Acres, but we see a few teams already there.
Yeah, and Lime is going deep for this kill point. Okay, they finally give up the chase. Matrix just going way out to the boonies over here. Able to get out. There's carnage happening up to the north here, though. As Green finds... Oh, man. Teal finds Lime.
I know, that's like, that definitely makes it very difficult having so many greenish colors, but a nice dunk will get another kill confirmed here for Lime, while Teal, having just gotten back together, are struggling on the tracks, but they might be able to fight back with a nice pushback. Krabs holds on. The pull from Dracos with the slam barely missing onto Ash as they try to see if they can cycle people in and out of the fight. Teal not done though. Even though they're at a man disadvantage, they continue to fight. They do get one on a Dracos. They got low health on a two with Greninja. Not too healthy. Tries to get away. But Numa chasing this down, throwing out some of the voids. Wants to get the swap as they continue to hunt this down. Fire brings back up Ash. The 3v4. Teal, even if Numa was taken down, still going pretty decently.
Yeah, Teal playing that so well, actually. Able to get it into a 2v2. It looks like they are going to be able to just go for the death box here and probably not going to see the re-engage, so kind of get evened out, but making our way other parts of the map. Just taking a look at some equipment here. See a glider gas evolve on Aiden. Can be so big for people that are really good at, you know, just movement, like especially on an Oath. We see Aiden's just going to be cruising this game. Like such a clutch evolve to come through. Where's that at? Oh, Kuba on...
What?
Was Kuba on
Red
brown?
team. The Ori, Adamark, Orlando's Baroof eliminated so early in the game, and we have a fight continuing as Magenta and Periwinkle. Periwinkle take control of Ion Acres, and a battered and bruised Magenta are gonna run over towards Lime, but they realize that there is another fight happening there, so they decide to see if they can separate, go for the recalls, and then get to a respawn beacon that's a little bit more comfortable.
No joke, when I first started tuning into the stream and you were calling out Periwinkle, I'm like, who's this guy? Like, is this a new player that I've never heard of? Periwinkle? Like,
You don't know the color Periwinkle?
no, I know about Lilac.
I mean, they're essentially the same thing.
Periwinkle is more fun to say, you're right.
It is so much more fun to say. It is so fun to say.
Somehow Brown is still alive here, bro, and they were the ones that got that squad wipe. Like Kuba got the squad wipe that you called out just a second ago. So I really sad we kind of missed the Brown trajectory here on what they were doing, because I don't know how.
Don't say the Brown trajectory. That's
Sorry, that was not. Did not think that one through.
It's okay. It's a-okay. As we have another knock here, Sid taken down. As Teal find another angle, Fire using the blast off aggressively to punt one over the abyss, but unable to find the spike, killing Finale, separating the fight so they take down Clarny. Cask and Aiden, they'll be able to survive, but they got a long distance to travel in order to bring back the team, but they have that nice safe respawn beacon that's on those little islands over there. While Magenta not finding so much safety over here outside of mana coils. Brawl against 4. Maybe in the past, but not today.
So all left to Atomics is going to instantly get the res, so Magenta right back in it. Violence to their top right. Why did it take me away? I don't like it
because the auto thing likes to do that sometimes.
It's like whoever I'm panning to gets killed, and then it just zooms me to RNG player across the map.
As Magenta still kind of were fighting through a lot. We already talked about how they were able to get the nice instant respawn, but Green also here for Force. We're in a similar boat as they were able to get the respawn, and they're already struggling. Clarny gone. Cask Aiden, they were the ones that survived from before. Sid does seem that he'll be able to hold on steady for now and remain with the team. They're just down one Clarny.
Yeah, Atomics on the Blink Dagger Jhin. Pretty scary. So that push does go through for them. Green able to defend at least a little bit, get away with 3, gonna be just fine. Come up to our Periwinkle team, still in this battle with Brown, who's kind of been scrapping, kind of like it seemed like on the back foot. Basically this whole game, we keep coming to Brown like this, where they're 1 to 2 players kind of fighting backward, looking for a res, looking for a play, and they got a squad wipe off the back of it, looking to get the res through, and they get it!
Just in time. Barely does it go through. Periwinkle a little bit too late on the push, but there is still one member that is not with the Brown squad, so they are going to struggle as they try to disengage the full retreat as they are going away. But Shin not making that any easier as they get rid of Matrix and looking at who they'd rather go for, a Shiv or a Kingpin. They notice the Shiv, so they try to chase that down, but Shiv now having the crown, going to be a little bit more dangerous to continue to chase.
Yeah, and we come over, we see Green, who is running up from that res to the right, run into 2 more teams on the back foot. Again, just Sid and Clerney left as they go out to the north, and now Magenta and Pink left to scrap down here. Ooh, nice root coming through from Fall from Grace. Oh, but the counter Abyssal Breaker from Fluffy is massive,
But look
bro.
at Lancelot. Lancelot in the middle of 3 has to dash back after realizing the team needed to disengage. A lot that had been used, all these ultimates from both sides, nobody having fallen, so they both decide that they don't want to continue this one anymore. They need to retreat and get some more levels.
Yeah, and off the back of that, Green up to the north here, continuing to kind of run, looking for this Heart res. It looks like they're going to split Sid, hanging out by Heart. Clerney heading south maybe to look for another option here. We see Orange moving down to their right, and Purple doing the same thing down to 2 members. Cookies sticking the Heart res, throws the fire out. Tom Kick somewhere way down here.
Kind of on his alone venture. We should be able to recall it. Yep,
Gets the recall
gotta have
through,
the purple
nice.
back at the heart. And look at how a lot of the circle is. We have a lot of teams
Dude, it
that are
keeps-
missing a couple
keeps
members.
shifting
It's
me
yeah,
off,
it's going
but-
all over the place.
Oh, because they recalled. I'm like, jeez.
It's the recalls as well as we look at how a lot of these teams are starting to posture. Magenta and Pink have been staring each other down for quite some time, but this is going to be risky for Magenta. They're quite substantially behind in experience. You see the 12s and 11 over for Pink.
Ooh.
Only 9. Lingo takes the brunt of that force, already down, and Lancelot now sees the blood, and they know that they can go for this aggression onto Magenta, but Magenta have disengaged well. They are peeling away, but there is Brown Squad that was there. The one remaining member, Kuva, gets chased away back up through Prisma Falls, but that glider gas helping to give a lot of distance away. Might have to take the orb. This is getting really risky for the Brown Squad.
Yeah, actually kind of in a fortunate enough spot, like in the middle of nowhere, as we see 3 teams converge down here. Squad elimination
Wow.
coming through for Atomics. Takes out what looks like Lime there. And so look at Magenta now, though, with XP Soul. A gold armor, 2 blues. Item evolution's not looking too bad.
Not accessing those major ability point diffs. Obviously need to get 14, 15 as the Brown team finally meeting their demise. I mean, honestly, with Cross Country Storm, they're trying to make that proactive rotate a little too early. And hence why we're now down to, how many is that? 7.
7 squads, but that's still 7 squads remaining this deep into the game. That's a lot of players and a lot of teams left to battle. And with Cross Country Storm, look at how everyone is going to start pathing into each other. Magenta will be the last one to the party, but we already have teams ready to duke it out over the Heart. Teal and Force kind of positioning in a way where either of them can start peeling back, but it is going to be difficult when they don't have any control. They don't know where so many of these other teams are. And Purple, no,
Come on, guys.
no, do not fall for this. They
Unbelievable.
Fell for it. They fell for it. How could you
Unbelievable.
guys fall for this? You know the bush was there, and you deserve this. You get
They give us
routed
the high ground, bro.
completely. Only Aiden is down. That high ground is the only thing that I think you're right saved them on this
They didn't
one.
see the bush, GG.
But man, what a devastating play. And Purple right now, they're feeling really good about that play. The boombox put down. They've got themselves a crown. They look for the blast back as they are trying to get away from Periwinkle, but they got damage on his shin. The cookies takes too much, and the crown popped away. Purple only down the OC 15 and Tom Kick, and he's separating. They're going their own direction, saying one of us has to survive to hold on for the game.
They actually have a lot of space up to the right here as we see all the other squads kind of to the bottom left of the circle. So might have a chance to kind of operate up there, find a res. They got plenty of time left as still 7 squads kind of posturing here. We're on Periwinkle here, not looking too shabby. Shin on the full pink items, blue armor. That is a scary shiv to be going up against. And Lil Meep, another one.
Another one. Our hero from last game, he's been a little bit more quiet in this one, but still hanging in there. And like I said, I feel like if Little Meep is able to kind of pop off in this game and win this one, we can definitely look at them as the possibility for that duo winning this duo squad bonanza.
That would be hype, dude. If we saw it off the back of like just such a monster performance last game, that would be really hype. Oh, I was gonna ask, Magical, do you know, do they carry their points in from like the play-ins, or was it a fresh restart?
I don't believe so. It's a fresh restart, if I recall.
Gotcha. That would make sense. Battle of the Souls down to the south here. I'm like, Reliq, you mentioned it earlier, I'm a huge fan of XP Soul because there's some hunters where getting multiple level 3 upgrades just feels so good. And it kind of depends on the hunter, really, how valuable it is, but it's just fun, man. I love XP Soul these days, and I think it's like one of the strongest ones, honestly.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, with something like Celeste, actually, in this sort of end circle, it becomes something of a detriment because when you're looking to shift away, naturally one of those ability points has to go into the level 4 shift, which means that you are automatically putting down an ice path directly to you over the abyss, which is a shame. But on the other hand, you've got someone like Fall from Grace who's going to really benefit on that Luna with max ability points. And I got to say, shout out to them. They've been landing those RMBs.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and I love seeing the Aluna out here, like, you know, kind of definitely more of a niche pick. You don't see a ton of them. I would say we see more in EU than we even do in NA, because we almost see no Aluna in NA at this level. But really fun to watch, and I think like can do some stuff that teams aren't accounting for. She's one of these hunters where if you're not accounting for the backpack and the fact that she's constantly kind of picking people up during a fight, as well as like you guys mentioned earlier, you know, most of them playing this like DPS Aluna look, right? Where it's much more of the offensive and supporting off the back of the roots and of the damage. OC getting caught, last member.
Yeah, last one for purple and another squad to fall. Teal having gone for the pick on a one member, almost were getting caught out by Periwinkle, but the full squad wasn't ready. Shin had been too far to the north on base camp to be able to punish the overcommitment for only one member.
Yep. So down to 5 squads here. We got 2 golds and pretty good items on our Armor Soul team. Take a look at our XP Soul team. They haven't really been able to scale their levels at all since the last time we looked at them. So still on that like 11, 12. And really at this point, it's like you need some PvP kills to come through. So they should be, you know, kind of out looking for a third party before they try to kind of post up. There's not going to be much posting up with cross country. As we see, this was a pretty far shift to the left. We're going to get an even bigger shift bottom right. Aiden. I had to say his name. I'm sorry, Aiden. I screwed you.
Yeah, you threw off his groove. You heard that? It's like the sun got in his eyes too. So it's just there's so many things that went wrong there. And unfortunately for the Force team, they do fall. And now we are down to our 4 squads. And we see how people have to play around already. The 2-way teleporters, we have a lot of them for many of the teams, kind of ready to, at a moment's notice, reposition and get towards where the cross-country storm will take them.
Honestly, that elimination on Aiden, though, that's worst case scenario for Magenta / Hot Pink because you needed that XP. It's why I'd say it's actually a nerf, really, what's happened to XP Soul, because you're relying on that early to mid game scale up to be successful in the first place. Now they're relying on being the 3rd or 4th party, but every team knows that this is the party to try and encroach on.
And they're already like kind of the first ones in the circle with a team at their rear. This puts them in a horrible spot. They need to be that team that's last to the party. They need to be the ones that are getting flanked because they are now finding themselves in a horrible position, and 2 are about to fall. Atomics is out in the storm and is raining down as they were able to dodge away, but only for so long. Only brawl left for Magenta as the pull lands onto Orange from Periwinkle. Manayana is taken down while Little Meep is waiting out the shield and looking to see who they can pull down. Blink wants to get back up their Bishop. They deny the engage. The slam
nice.
by Little Meep, taking down Periwinkle. This is Little Meep's game to win right now as he lands yet another pull and yet another damage, but they're still looking to see if they can revive Theo. So close to getting brought back up, but too much chase from Orange,
this
and
man
another
doesn't
pull.
miss.
Never stop Little Meep because he is a terror in our duo squad bonanza.
Holy. Dude, Lil Meep just showing up huge today. Grab. Another grab coming through here with the physics. Oh, and he lives.
Interrupt after interrupt.
Oh my god,
but-
heart.
Yeah, the heart that has been TP'd over here, almost getting the crown, but Magenta falling another pull. This time it is on to Oath with a singularity thrown down to get rid of said Oath, and it's only Little Meep.
Our
against
hero
all of
returns, the
Magenta.
sequel.
But this one is looking at nigh impossible.
He's got it,
There are
dude.
no
Double soul,
crowns.
Blinkstone, GG.
There's
No,
no
the
crown.
rebrand into Big Morp incoming.
Okay, and here it is. There, throw down a
It's
nice
tested
jump
better.
pad. Looks for the
Oh my
pull.
god.
No,
Unbelievable.
Little Meep, how do you do this? Impossible.
Unbelievable.
Little Meep is insane.
Unbelievable, bro. He does it again. I actually can't believe it. We're all just kind of joking, sort of like doubting him a little bit. Just no problem. Grab over the abyss into a dunk. Whole team back. Double soul Brown. Look at this equipment. Look at these armors. Now, all of a sudden, what is this color? The teal on the back
teal.
foot. Oh, when they do the...
They try to go for the swap, but it's in the storm, and they got to push back, and it is difficult. Boombox put down to give them a little bit of time, but you don't have much time left on the clock. They're chasing you in the
Crazy.
storm, and I don't need to see no points tallied up. I know who won this one in my heart, regardless of what the points say. Little Meep wins the duo squad bonanza.
Let's go. Lil Meep answering back there, going huge, bro. Just like exactly what he needed to do. Knew exactly what he needed to do. Play it over the abyss, finds the grab into the dunk, everyone back. And just like, that's after we saw, 5 unmissed hooks in the fight right before that, right? Like, Orange just having a dominant performance there off the back of Lil Meep. So, Manayan, Blink, Swayze, and Lil Meep on Orange, taking our final game of the duo squads, Cowabunga Bonanza. What's it? Yeah, Bonanza.
Yeah.
And let's keep in mind, by the way, moving to trios, you're either trying to justify your spot or you're trying to put yourself in the shop window. Blink, who's their current duo partner on steady momentum, it could probably the happiest man in the room right now. Blink, that they've got this absolute god on his squad right now.
Right.
All right. Well, as much as I want to wait for it all to be clipped, to calculate it up, I'm just going to go and we're going to raid Sprocaine while they calculate it all up. And I will see you all in about an hour so I can go take a nap.
Sounds good,
Thank
brother.
you guys for
No
joining
worries.
me. I appreciate you.
Rest
And
well.
I'll
Great
Charge
fun,
see
up.
you
everyone.
in just a little bit.
Sounds good, bro. GG's,
Ciao,
guys.
everyone. GG's, everyone.
4 episodes